I was going to be too much time with homework. However, started a rerun. Finish. I think I did. I'm going to double check. But reading today. It looked like there was only stuff. Let's see. Okay, switch over to history. Okay. I tend to put absolutely every. So, no one's here right now. So I'm just gonna keep. Could put the. It says I'm doing a rerun. Hang on. Let me check this. It still says Lovecraft reading stream. Reading aloud. Good enough for me. Okay, so let's see. Dutchman. Dutchman's in. Oh, I didn't see him. Oh, how are you doing today? I still never could figure out. Right now, planning on doing a reading stream today. Got a Lovecraft. Let's call you Impact. All right, I'll just call you Impact. Try to remember. Said the Lovecraft here, but do some Crusader Kings if you're here. Some Crusader Kings. Let me message Hadrian. If Hadrian's down for Crusader Kings, not the first to try and pronounce your name, I'm sure. My mic keeps cutting in and out. Well, it could be that I've put the sensitivity on it too high. I was trying to cut out the sound fans on my computer as much as possible. Go into dark mode. All right. It sounds like the sensitivity. Let me go to the filters. So I think I need to lower the open threshold. That might help. Maybe that worked. Unfortunately, though, it still can hear the sound of the clicking of the mouse. Clicking of the mouse triggers it. So, I wanted to read from H.P. Lovecraft. Now, last we had done this, we were in the middle of the Dunwich Horror. And for chapter 9, I might have to start a reading compilation for YouTube. That way, if folks want to hear the whole thing, they can go back. But kind of figured I'd wait. Which H.P. Lovecraft am I reading? The Dunwich Horror. This is the book I've got. H.P. Lovecraft, The Complete Fiction. It's a nice little hardbound copy. Has some beautiful artwork in it. Not much. Mainly just there. There's no other really thing else. But it's still pretty good. So, I could do the reading stream. It's kind of poking at Hadrian. Hang on. I know how to get Hadrian's attention. I know how to get it. Let's see. Because you're here. This is actually pretty cool. I think I read Dagon, of course, Cthulhu. It sounds relaxing at the moment to do a read. Oh, okay. Well, like I said. All right. So anyhow, I'm kind of waiting for more people at the moment. Because I'm afraid of actually starting so quickly. So maybe I don't know exactly what I should do. I probably should have just thrown up the starting soon stream. So, Hadrian's out. So, today is a reading stream. Alright, The Dunwich Horror, Chapter 9. Friday morning, Armitage, Rice, and Morgan set out by motor for Dunwich, arriving at the village about 1 in the afternoon. The day was pleasant, but even in the brightest sunlight a kind of quiet dread and portent seemed to hover about the strangely domed hills and the deep, shadowy ravines of the stricken region. Right on. Now and then, on some mountain top, a gaunt circle of stones could be glimpsed against the sky. From the air of hushed fright at Osborne's store, they knew something hideous had happened, and soon learned of the annihilation of the Elmer Fry house and family. Throughout that afternoon they rode around Dunwich, questioning the natives concerning all that had occurred, and seeing for themselves with rising pains of horror the drear friar ruins, with their lingering traces of the tarry stickiness, the blasphemous tracks in the friar yard, the wounded Seth Bishop cattle, and the enormous swaths of disturbed vegetation in various places. Julio, what's going on? Happy to have you back. The trail up and down Sentinel Hill seemed to Armitage of almost cataclysmic significance, and he looked long at the sinister altar-like stone on the summit. At length, the visitors, apprised of a party of state police which had come from Aylesbury that morning in response to the first telephone reports of the Fry tragedy, decided to seek out the officers and compare notes as far as practical. You passed out? Yo, that's okay. It happens. Don't worry about it. This might put you to sleep. So get into your bed, put your headphones on, listen to the sultry sound of my voice. I will, like I said, the title should read Lovecraft stream, Lovecraft reading. I didn't really want to play anything. I just wanted to read. You were lying in your bed yesterday? Okay. Well, good. At least you fell asleep in your bed. Now, normally, I'm not... Oh, wait. I forgot. Last time I did this, I did put music on. I'm gonna turn off the bot. Can I, is there no enable all button? Settings, no. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the troll emotes. Okay. No, not McLovin. McLovin can stay. Okay. I turned off the troll emotes. Oh no! I changed it. To do the overall. That's not accurate. That's not for the week. I can apparently I was messing around with the settings. Apparently you can change it to where that's everything. All the bits I've ever gotten. But I knew you weren't gonna do it, but I was just wanting to make sure that no one else would do it, because I figure you'd respect me enough not to do that. But hang on, I don't even remember where to change that. I think it was an affiliate partner. I guess I can. Top cheerers. I'll do it. Top cheerers of the month. Let me push refresh chat. Okay, yeah. Top cheers of the month. Of course, I could do top cheers of the week too. It's hard to decide which one I like best. Mr. Beast is bound to show up in here someday. I feel ya. Okay, so I'd love it. But I'd have to have a huge amount of people. Otherwise he'd drop in here and I wouldn't get that many subs. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. Hang on. I gotta go to YouTube. Lovecraftian music. Okay. This is Chrome. I have to turn the sound on for Chrome. Chrome is not... Ah, there it is. I gotta wait till the ad's over. Any streamer he shows up blows up, apparently.
Set your...
Well, do you know him? Are you friends with him? Come on, man. Help me out. You said you would. Alright. Wish you did. There we go. Change the title. He does dumb stuff. I am dumb Boone. How's the music? Is the music too loud? Is it too quiet? Let me know. I can make adjustments. Because I want to be able to read. I want to be audible. School soon? I know, friend. I know. I feel for you. I do. Perfect music? Excellent. Perfect. One day I might do a German teaching stream for you. Just for you, buddy. And I'll look up some stuff. Music sounds good. Just got coffee. Perfect. Give you an example line? Okay. Like, I mean, I was here. I don't know if I should hold the book up and read thusly, but it would put me away from the microphone, which is pretty far as is. One day I hope to get a better microphone. This, however, they found more easily planned than they performed. Since no sign of the party could be found in any direction, there had been 5 of them in a car. But now the car stood empty near the ruins in the fry yard. The natives, all of whom had talked with policemen, seemed at first as perplexed as Armitage and his companions. Then, old Sam Hutchins thought of something and turned pale, nudging Fred Farr, and pointing to the dank, deep hollow that yawned close by. You want a recap? Alright. I can change to a different tale. Because this is the Dunwich Horror. I was already in it. So I think I probably should change because it's in the middle of it. I was restarting it. I should start from the beginning of one of them. So I'm going to find my favorites Lovecraft at the Mountains of Madness. Page 723. The Thing in Stellaris? Skipping a bit? Am I? I'm not dropping any frames. Alright, so this is H.P. Lovecraft at the Mountains of Madness. Very beginning. Totally new one. So, there's a little backstory of some sort. Maybe it's historical information. They usually have something at the very beginning of these. There you go. See this part? It's a little bit of... It's usually background info of the author and the situation he was in. This extraordinary, evocative tale, the third and best of Lovecraft's short novels, makes use of a setting, the Antarctic continent, that had fascinated Lovecraft since childhood, when he had written treatises on the explorations of Wilkes, Borchgrevink, Scott, Amundsen, and others. Lovecraft also followed Admiral Byrd's explorations of 1928 to 1930 with care. His frequent citations of Himalayan artwork of Nicholas Roerich reflects the thrill he received at seeing Roerich's paintings in the Nicholas Roerich Museum in New York. Lovecraft was, however, devastated when Weird Tales rejected the story. It languished in manuscript for years until the young Julius Schwartz, acting as Lovecraft's agent, sold it to Astounding Stories, where it was serialized in February, March, and April 1936. Issues. You like it? Well, good. Hold on to your butts. I don't know what to post this as. That's my thing, and I don't mind delaying a little bit longer to allow people to come in before I actually start. Let me Google. All right. I guess I need to do, apparently there's reading. Man read book would be your title, but you're weird. Alright, I get it. Okay, hang on.
Howdy, folks.
Hello. Steaming Wither. Hello. How are you? Right now I'm trying to figure out exactly the appropriate title to this. There's no reading category. What is Reading Simulator? Is Reading Simulator an actual game? Hang on, I gotta figure that out. And I mean, I'm just prepping. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much.
Good job!
I gotta turn off the bot completely and totally. I don't want that going off while I'm reading. What is Reading Simulator? What is this? It looks like it's a game. Yeah, Reading Simulator appears to be an actual game. Trying to find somebody else. I guess I could do just chatting. That's what someone else is using, so... There's no just chatting. There it is. Your girlfriend just worried you. I'm sorry to hear that, friend. Alright. I feel set up and situated. Alright. I'm listed as just oh, crap. I lost my title. Happy Spooktober. Come in for the horror, stay for the streamer. Feels good. So, I probably won't be very responsive to the chat during this reading, primarily because I'm going to be more focused on actually reading the book. Once the perhaps chapter break, or even at the end of the stories, because they're short stories. It's not the whole, you know, there's a lot of stories in this book, and it's thick. Perhaps after, I will happily chat with you guys and try to catch up. So please feel free to continue spamming in the chat as much as you like. Talk to each other, keep each other occupied. That would be delightful. However, please don't feel ignored. I'm focusing on this. I'm not playing a game. My voice is right now going to be occupied. So I apologize for if I make you feel ignored. I will get to you as soon as possible. Let us begin. I am forced into speech because men of science have refused to follow my advice without knowing why. It is altogether against my will that I tell my reasons for opposing this contemplated invasion of the Antarctic. With its vast fossil hunt and its wholesome booming and melting of the ancient ice cap, and I am more reluctant because my warning may be in vain. Doubt of the real facts, as I must reveal them, it is inevitable. Yet, if I suppress what will seem extravagant and incredible, there would be nothing left. The hitherto withheld photographs, both ordinary and aerial, will count in my favor, for they are damnably vivid and graphic. Still, they will be doubted because of the great lengths to which clever fakery can be carried. The ink drawings, of course, will be jeered at as obvious impostors, notwithstanding a strangeness of technique which art experts ought to remark and puzzle over. In the end, I must rely on the judgment and standing of the few scientific leaders who have, on the one hand, sufficient independence of thought to weigh my data on its own hideously convincing merits, or in the light of certain primordial and highly baffling myth cycles. And on the other hand, sufficient influence to deter the exploring world in general from any rash and overambitious program in the region of those mountains of madness. It is an unfortunate fact that relatively obscure men like myself and my associates, connected only with a small university, have little chance of making an impression where matters of a wildly bizarre or highly controversial nature are concerned. I'm trying to figure out why the chat box isn't working. Pardon my pause. Ah, there we go. Has it been working? I just don't look at it long enough. Hang on. There we go. I'm just going to have it always show messages. That'll help. Alright, back to it. It is further against us that we are not, in the strictest sense, specialists in the fields which came primarily to be concerned. As a geologist, my object in leading the Miskatonic University expedition was wholly that of securing deep-level specimens of rock and soil from various parts of the Antarctic continent, aided by the remarkable drill devised by Professor Frank H. Podoby of our engineering department. I had no wish to be a pioneer in any other field than this, but I did hope that the use of this new mechanical appliance at different points along previously explored paths would bring to light materials of a sort hitherto unreached by the ordinary methods of collection. Podoby's drilling apparatus, as the public already knows from our reports, was unique and radical in its lightness, portability, and capacity to combine the ordinary artisan drill principle with the principle of the small circular rock drill in such a way as to cope quickly with strata of varying hardness. Steel head, jointed rods, gasoline motor, collapsible wooden derrick, dynamiting paraphernalia, cording, rubbish removal auger, and sectioning pipe for bores 5 inches wide and up to 1,000 feet deep, all formed with needed accessories no greater load than 3 7-dog sledges could carry. This being made possible by the clever aluminium alloy of which most of the metal objects were fashioned. 4 large Dornier airplanes, designed especially for the tremendous altitude flying necessary on the Antarctic plateau, and with fuel warnings added and quick starting devices worked out by Podobi. Excuse me, I'm gonna take a drink. Hi, Pocket Mom. I did turn it off. I can turn it back on, but you're gonna have to give me a second so I can turn off all the sounds. I don't know how to turn them all off with one button. I have to go through and check through every single one of them. No, it's fine. Damn it, Julio. I was opening it for you. Alright, I gotta wait till it finishes, because it's starting back up. And it's checking for updates. F. Wait, hang on. Maybe I can force close it. Alright. Pillow taken to its face. The chatbot has been smothered. Back to it. Four large Dornier aeroplanes designed especially for the tremendous altitude flying necessary on the Antarctic plateau, and with fuel, warming, and quick starting devices worked out by Podobi, could transport our entire expedition from a base at the edge of the Great Ice Barrier to various suitable inland points, and from these points a sufficient quota of dogs would service us. We plan to cover as great an area as one Antarctic season, or longer, if absolutely necessary, would permit, operating mostly in the mountain ranges and on the plateaus south of Ross Sea, regions explored in varying degree by Shackleton, Amundsen, Scott, and Bird, with frequent changes of camp made by aeroplane, and involving distances great enough to be of geological significance. We expected to unearth a quite unprecedented amount of material, especially in the Precambrian strata, of which so narrow a range of Antarctic specimens had previously been secured. We wished also to obtain as great as possible a variety of upper phosphorescent rocks, since the primal life history of this bleak realm of ice and death is of the highest importance to our knowledge of the Earth's past. That the Antarctic continent was once temperate and even tropical, with a teeming vegetable and animal life of which the lichens, marine fauna, arachnia, and penguins of the northern edge are the only survivals, is a matter of common information. And we hoped to expand that information in variety, accuracy, and detail. When a simple boring revealed fossiliferous signs, we should enlarge the aperture by blasting in order to get specimens of suitable size and condition. Our borings of varying depth according to the promise held out by the upper soil or rock were confined to be exposed or nearly exposed land surfaces, these inevitably being slopes and ridges because of the 1 or 2 mile thickness of solid ice overlying the lower levels. We could not afford to waste drilling depth on any considerable amount of mere glaciation, though Podobi had worked out a plan for sinking copper electrodes in thick clusters of borings and melting off limited areas of ice with current from a gasoline-driven dynamo. It is this plan, which we could not put into effect except experimentally, on an expedition such as ours, that the coming stark weather more expedition it proposes to follow despite the warnings I have issued since our return from the Antarctic. The public knows of the Miskatonic expedition through our frequent wireless reports to the Arkham Advisor and Associated Press, and through the later articles of Badobi and myself. We consisted of 4 men from the university: Badobi, Lake of the Biology Department, Atwood of the Physics Department, also a meteorologist, and I representing Geology, and having a nominal command besides 16 assistants, 7 graduate students from Miskatonic, and 9 skilled mechanics. Of these 16, 12 were qualified airplane pilots, but all but 2 of whom were competent wireless operators. 8 of them understood navigation with compass and sextant, as did Padobi, Atwood, and I. In addition, of course, our 2 ships, wooden ex-whalers, reinforced for ice conditions and having auxiliary steam, were fully manned. The Nathaniel Derby Pickman Foundation, aided by a few special contributions, financed the expedition. Hence our preparations were extremely thorough despite the absence of great publicity. The dogs, sledges, machines, camp materials, and unassembled parts of our 5 planes were delivered in Boston. And there our ships were loaded. We were marvelously well equipped for our specific purpose, and in all matters pertaining to supplies, regimen, transportation, and camp construction, we profited by the excellent example of our many recent and exceptionally brilliant predecessors. It was the unusual number and fame of these predecessors which made our own expedition, ample though it was, so little noticed by the world at large. As the newspapers told, we sailed from Boston Harbor on September 2nd, 1930, taking a leisurely course down the coast and through the Panama Canal, and stopping at Samoa and Hobart, Tasmania, at which later place we took on final supplies. None of our exploring party had ever been in the polar regions before, hence we all relied greatly on our ship captains, J.B. Douglas, commanding the brig Arkham, and serving as commander of the sea party, and George Thorfinson, commanding the bark Miskatonic, both veteran whalers in Antarctic waters. As we left the inhabited world behind, the sun sank lower and lower in the north, and stayed longer and longer above the horizon each day. At about 62 degrees south latitude, we sighted our first icebergs, table-like objects with vertical sides, and just before reaching the Antarctic Circle, while we crossed on October 20th, with appropriately quaint ceremonies, we were considerably troubled with field ice. The falling temperature bothered me considerably after our long voyage through the tropics, but I tried to brace up for the rigors to come. On many occasions, the curious atmospheric effects enchanted me vastly. These included a strikingly vivid mirage, the first I had ever seen, in which distant bergs became the battlements of unimaginable cosmic castles. Pushing through the ice, which was fortunately neither extensive nor thickly packed, we regained open water at south longitude 67 degrees, east longitude 175 degrees. South latitude. On the morning of October 26th, a strong land blink appeared on the south, and before noon we all felt a thrill of excitement as beholding a vast, lofty, and snow-clad mountain chain which opened out and covered the whole vista ahead. At least we had encountered an outpost of the great unknown continent, and its cryptic world of frozen death. These peaks were obviously the Admiralty Range, discovered by Ross, and it would now be our task to round Cape Adair and sail down the east coast of Victoria Land to our contemplated base on the shore of McMurdo Sound at the foot of the volcano Erebus in south latitude 77 degrees. The last lap of the voyage was vivid and fancy-stirring. Great barren peaks of mystery looming up constantly against the west as the low northern sun of noon, or the still lower horizon grazing southern sun of midnight poured its hazy reddish rays over the white snow, bluish ice, and water lanes, and black bits of exposed granite slope. Through the desolate summits swept raging intermittent gusts of the terrible Antarctic wind, whose cadences sometimes held vague suggestions of a wild and half-sentient musical piping, with notes extending over a wide range, and which for some subconscious mnemonic reason seemed to me disquieting and even dimly terrible. Something about the scene reminded me of The Stranger and disturbing Asian paintings of Nicholas Roerich, and of the still stranger and more disturbing descriptions of the evilly fabled plateau of Leng which occur in the dreaded Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul Alharzed. I was rather sorry later on that I ever looked into that monstrous book at the college library. On the 7th of November, sight of the westward range having been temporarily lost, we passed Franklin Island, and the next day descried the cones of Mount Erebus and Terror on Rice Island ahead, with the long line of the Perry Mountains beyond. There now stretched off to the east the low, white line of great ice barrier, rising perpendicularly to a height of 200 feet, like the rocky cliffs of Quebec, marking the end of the southward navigation. In the afternoon we entered McMurdo Sound and stood off the coast in the lee of smoking Mount Erebus. The Scoria Peak towered up some 12,700 feet against the eastern sky, like a Japanese print of the sacred Fujiyama, while beyond it rose the white, ghost-like height of Mount Terror, 10,900 feet in altitude, and now extinct as a volcano. Puffs of smoke from Erebus came intermittently. One of the graduate assistants, a brilliant young fellow named Danforth, pointed out what looked like lava on the snowy slope, remarking that this mountain discovered in 1840 had undoubtedly been the source of Poe's image when he wrote 7 years later, "The lavas that restlessly roll their sulphurous currents down Yannick, in the ultimate climes of the pole, that groan as they roll down Mount Yannick, in the realms of the boreal pole." Danforth was a great reader of bizarre material, and had talked a good deal of Poe. I was interested myself because of the Antarctic scene of Poe's only long story, the disturbing and enigmatical Arthur Gordon Pym. On the barren shore, and on the lofty ice barrier in the background, myriads of grotesque penguins squawked and flapped their fins, while many fat seals were visible on the water, swimming or sprawling across large cakes of slowly drifting ice, using small boats, We effected a difficult landing on Ross Island shortly after midnight on the morning of the 9th, carrying a line of cable from each of the ships, preparing to unload supplies by means of a breeches buoy arrangement. Our sensations on first treading Antarctic soil were poignant and complex, even though at this particular point the Scott and Shackleton expeditions had preceded us. Our camp on the frozen shore below the volcano's slope was only a provisional one, headquarters being kept aboard Arkham. We landed all our drilling apparatuses, dogs, sledges, tents, provisions, gasoline tanks, experimental ice melting outfit, cameras, both ordinary and aeroplane parts, and other accessories, including 3 small portable wireless outfits, besides those on the planes. Capable of communicating with the Arkham's large outfit from any part of the Antarctic continent that we'd be likely to visit. The ship's outfit, communicating with the outside world, was to convey press reports to the Arkham I overthought it, sorry. The Arkham Advertiser's powerful wireless station in Kingsport Head, Massachusetts. We hoped to complete our work during a single Antarctic summer, but if this proved impossible, we would winter on the Arkham, sending the Miskatonic north before the freezing of the ice for another summer's supplies. I need not repeat what the papers have already published about our early work, of our ascent of Mount Erebus, our successful mineral borings at several points on Ross Island, and the singular speed at which Padobi's apparatus accomplished them, even through solid rock layers, our provisional test of the small ice-melting equipment, our perilous ascent of the Great Barrier with sledges and supplies, and our final assemblings of the 5 huge aeroplanes at the camp atop the barrier. The health of our land party, 20 men, 55 Alaskan sledge dogs, was remarkable. Though of course we had so far encountered no really destructive temperatures or windstorms. For the most part, the thermometer never varied between 0 and 20 or 25 above, and our experience with New England winters had accustomed us to the rigors of this sort. For my non-American viewers, 0 to 25, that's Fahrenheit. It's a little bit below 0. A little bit below 0. 32 is 32 degrees Fahrenheit is 0 degrees Celsius. The barrier camp was semi-permanent, destined to be a storage cache for gasoline, provisions, dynamite, and other supplies. Only 4 of our planes were needed to carry the actual exploring material. The 5th being left with a pilot and 2 men from the ships at the storage cache to form a means of reaching us from Arkham in case all of our exploring planes were lost. Later, when not using all the other planes for moving apparatuses, we would employ 1 or 2 in a shuttle transportation service between this cache and another permanent base on the Great Plateau from 600 to 700 miles southward, beyond Beardmore Glacier. Despite the almost unanimous accounts of the appalling winds and tempests that pour down from the plateau, we determined to dispense with intermediate bases, taking our chances in the interest of economy and probable efficiency. Happens a lot in the UK. We get, here in Texas, getting into the 20s is cold. Like, that's the coldest it's gonna get. Maybe the teens. I don't think I've ever seen single digits in Texas. Wireless reports have spoken of the breathtaking 4-hour non-stop flight of our squadron on November 21st, over the lofty shelf ice, with vast peaks rising on the west, and the unfathomed silences echoing to the sound of our engines. Wind troubled us only moderately, and our radio compasses helped us through the one opaque fog we encountered. When the vast rise loomed ahead between the latitudes 83 and 84 degrees, we knew we had reached Beardmore Glacier, the largest valley glacier in the world, and that the frozen sea was now giving place to a frowning and mountainous coastline. At least we were truly entering the white, aeon-dead world of the ultimate south, and even as we realized it, we saw the peak of Mount Nansen in the eastern distance, towering up to its height of almost 15,000 feet. The successful embellishment of the southern base above the glacier in latitude 86 degrees, east longitude 174 degrees, and the phenomenally rapid and effective borings and blastings made at various points reached by our sled trips and short aeroplane flights are matters of history, as is the arduous and triumphant ascent of Mount Nansen by Podobi and two of the graduate students, Gedney and Carol, on December 13th to the 15th. We were some 8,500 feet above sea level, and when experimental drillings revealed solid ground only 12 feet down through the snow and ice at certain points, we made considerable use of the melting apparatus and sunk bores and performed dynamiting at many places where no previous explorer ever thought of securing mineral specimens. They are in Antarctica. The expeditionary team has gone to Antarctica, where they are seeking fossils and samples of minerals and things. They're hoping to learn about life on Antarctica before it became a frozen wasteland, because this is a highly widely held theory, idea. It's basically considered fact that at one point in time Antarctica was a tropic paradise, so to speak. It wasn't always the tundra wasteland that it is now. So most of the stuff that we're hearing is largely just the author describing the expedition. Lovecraft took the time and effort to actually put longitude and latitudinal coordinates into the story. You can look up these coordinates and you can find the mountains he's describing. It's pretty cool. We were some 8,500 feet above sea level, blah 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 blah. The Precambrian granites and beacon sandstones thus obtained and confirmed our belief that this plateau was homogeneous, with the great bulk of the continent to the west, but somewhat different from the parts lying eastward below South America, which we then thought to form a separate and smaller continent divided from the larger one by a frozen junction of Ross and Weddell seas, though Bird has since disproved this hypothesis. In certain of the sandstones, dynamited and chiseled after boring revealed their nature, we found some highly interesting fossil markings and fragments, notably ferns, seaweeds, trilobites, crinoids, and such mollusks as lingulae and gastropods, all of which seemed of real significance in connection with the region's primordial history. There was also a queer triangle. There was also a queer triangular striated marking about a foot in greatest diameter, which Lake pieced together from 3 fragments of slate, brought up from the blasted aperture. These fragments came from a point to the westward, near the Queen Alexandra Range, and Lake, as a biologist, seemed to find their curious marking unusually puzzling and provocative, though to my geological eye it looked not unlike some of the ripple effects reasonably common in sedimentary rocks. Since slate is no more than a metamorphic formation into which a sedimentary stratum is pressed, and since the pressure itself produces odd distorting effects on any markings which may exist, I saw no reason for extreme wonder over the striated depression. The chatbot is currently disabled. You can't do it. I'm reading. I don't want Dino Track going on while I'm reading. On January 6th, 1931, Lake excuse me. I've been reading his name wrong this entire time. Pabodie, Danforth, and all 6 of the students, 4 mechanics and I, flew directly over the South Pole in 2 of the Great Plains, being forced down once by a sudden high wind, which fortunately did not develop into a tropical storm. This was, as the papers have stated, one of several observation flights, during others of which we tried to discern new topographical features in areas unreached by previous explorers. Our early flights were disappointing in this latter respect, although they afforded us some magnificent examples of the richly fantastic and deceptive mirages of the polar regions, of which our sea voyage had given us some brief foretastes. Distant mountains floated in the sky as enchanted cities, and often the whole white world would dissolve into a gold, silver, and scarlet land of Dunsanian dreams and adventurous expectancy under the magic of the low midnight sun. On cloudy days we had considerable trouble in flying, owing to the tendency of snowy earth and sky to merge into one mystical, opalescent void, with no visible horizon to mark the junction of the two. At length, we resolved to carry out our original plan of flying 500 miles eastward with all 4 exploring planes, and establishing a fresh sub-base at the point which would probably be on the smaller continental division as we mistakenly conceived it. Geological specimens obtained there would be desirable for purposes of comparison. Our health so far had remained excellent, lime juice well offsetting the steady diet of tinned and salted food, and temperatures generally above 0, enabling us to do without the thickest furs. It was now midsummer. With haste and care, we might be able to conclude our work by March, and avoid a tedious wintering through the long Antarctic night. Several savage windstorms had burst upon us from the west, but we had escaped damage through the skill of Atwood in devising rudimentary aeroplane shelters and windbreaks of heavy snow blocks, and reinforcing the principal camp buildings with snow. Our good luck and efficiency had indeed been almost uncanny. The outside world knew, of course, of our program, and was told also of Lake's strange and dogged insistence on a westward, or rather northwestward, prospecting trip before our radical shift to the new base. It seems as he had pondered a great deal, and with alarming radical daring, over that triangular striated marker in the slate, reading into it certain contradictions in nature and geological period, which whetted his curiosity to the utmost, and made him avid to sink more borings and blastings in the west stretching formation to which the exhumed fragments evidently belonged. He was strangely convinced that the marking was the print of some bulky, unknown, and radically unclassifiable organism of considerably advanced evolution, notwithstanding that the rock which bore it was also vastly ancient date, Cambrian, if not actually Precambrian, as to preclude the probable existence not only of all highly evolved life, but of any at all above the unicellular level, or at the most trilobite stage. These fragments, with their odd marking, must have been 500 to 1,000 million years old. And that's chapter 1. What do you think so far, Julio? Anybody is free to answer. But right now, we have the expedition team. They're in Antarctica. They're taking samples. They have found a bizarre fossil that they can't explain. The primary person that is writing this story is a geologist, and he believes it to be nothing more than aged stone. You think the words are too big for your small brain? Well, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You know how to use context clues. If there's a word that you need explaining, let me know. I'll explain it to you. Jurassic Park. Well, now, here's the thing, Julio. They talked about finding this fossil, which could be evidence of highly evolved life in a Precambrian situation. The Cambrian era was when there was a massive explosion of life on our planet, when things went from single-cell organisms to getting to be big and complex things. Maybe it was a dinosaur. Or maybe it was something else. Chapter 2. Popular imagination, I judge, responded actively to our wireless bulletins of lakes start northwestward, into regions never trodden by human foot or penetrated by human imagination. Is that vape flavored? Yes. Right now it's melon. I'm running out of the melon. I'm gonna have to switch to a creme brulee type thing. And that's all I got of the creme brulee. And I think that might be it. I'm gonna have to go to the vape shop. That's slightly more comfortable. Lakes start northwestward into regions never trodden by human foot or penetrated by human imagination. Though we did not mention his wild hopes of revolutionizing the entire sciences of biology and geology, his preliminary sledging and boring journey on January 11th to 18th with Pabodi and 5 others, marred by the loss of 2 dogs in an upset when crossing one of the great pressure ridges in the ice, had brought up more and more of the Archean slate. And even I was interested by the singular profusion of evident fossil markings in that unbelievably ancient stratum. These markings, however, were of very primitive life forms, involving no great paradox except that any life forms should occur in rock as definitively Precambrian as this seemed to be. Hence, I still failed to see the good sense of Lake's demand for an interlude in our time-saving program. An interlude requiring the use of all 4 planes, mini-men, and the whole expedition's mechanical apparatus. I did not in the end veto the plan, though I did not accompany the northwestward party despite Lake's plea for my geological advice. While they were gone, I would remain at the base with Pabodi and 5 men, and work out our final plans for the eastward shift. In preparation for this transfer, one of the planes had begun to move up a good gasoline supply from McMurdo Sound, but this could wait temporarily. The music swelled. I kept with me 1 sledge and 9 dogs, since it is unwise to be at any time without possible transportation in an utterly tenantless world of aeon-long death. Lake's sub-expedition into the unknown, as everyone will recall, sent out its own reports from the shortwave transmitters on the plains. These being simultaneously picked up by our apparatus at the southern base and by the Arkham at McMurdo Sound, whence they were relayed to the outside world on wavelengths up to 50 meters. The start was made January 22nd at 4 a.m., and the first wireless message we received came only 2 hours later, when Lake spoke of descending and starting a small-scale ice melting and bore at some point 300 miles away from us. 6 hours after that, a second and very excited message told of the frantic, beaver-like work whereby a shallow shaft had been sunk and blasted, culminating in the discovery of slate fragments, with several markings approximately like the one which had caused the original puzzlement. 3 hours later, a brief bulletin announced the resumption of the flight in the teeth of a raw and piercing gale, and when I dispatched a message of protest against further hazards, Lake replied curtly that his new specimens made any hazard worth taking. I saw that his excitement had reached the point of mutiny, and I could do nothing to check this headlong risk of the whole expedition's success. But it was appalling to think of his plunging deeper and deeper into that treacherous, sinister, white immensity of tempests and unfathomed mysteries which stretched off for some 1,500 miles to the half-known, half-suspected coastline of Queen Mary and Knox Lands. Then, about an hour and a half more, came that doubly excited message from Lake's moving plane, which almost reversed my sentiments and made me wish I had accompanied the party. 10:05 p.m. on the wing, after a snowstorm. Have spied mountain range ahead higher than any hitherto seen. May equal Himalayas, allowing for height of plateau. Probable latitude 76 degrees, longitude 111 degrees E. Reaches as far as can see to the right and left, suspicion of 2 smoking cones. All peaks black and bare of snow. Gale blowing off them impedes navigation. After that, Pabodi, the men, and I hung breathlessly over the receiver. Thought of this titanic mountain rampart 700 miles away inflamed our deepest sense of adventure, and we rejoiced that our expedition. Man, the music doesn't exactly swell to the heights when you want it to, right? I kind of feel like I should wait. Hang on. I gotta wait to fix this. I gotta watch an ad. Sorry. Why do I have to watch ads? Okay. New playlist. We rejoice that our expedition, if not ourselves personally, have been its discoverers. In half an hour, Lake called us again. Molten's plane forced down on plateau and foothills, but nobody hurt and perhaps can repair. Shall transfer essentials to other three for return or further moves if necessary. But no more heavy plane travel needed just now. Mountains surpass anything in imagination. Am going scouting in Carol's plane with all weight out. You can't imagine anything like this. Peaks, highest peaks must go over 35,000 feet. Everest out of the running. Atwood to work out height with theodolite while Carol and I go up. Probably wrong about combs, for formations look stratified. Possibly Precambrian slate with other strata mixed in. Queer skyline effects. Regular sections of cubes clinging to the highest peaks. Whole thing marvelous in red gold light of low sun. Like land of mystery in a dream or gateway to forbidden world of untrodden wonder. Wish you were here to study. Though it was technically sleeping time, not one of us listeners thought for a moment of retiring. It must have been a good deal the same at McMurdo Sound, where the supply cache and the Arkham were also getting the messages. For Captain Douglas gave out a call congratulating everybody on the important find. And Sherman, the cache operator, seconded his sentiments. We were sorry, of course, about the damaged aeroplane, but hoped it could easily be mended. Then, at 11 p.m., came another call from Lake. Up with Carol over highest foothills. Don't dare try really tall peaks in present weather, but shall later. Frightful work climbing, and hard going at this altitude, but worth it. Great range, fairly solid, hence can't get any glimpses beyond. Main summits, it's seeded Himalayas, and very queer. Range looks like Precambrian slate with plain signs of many other upheaved strata. Was wrong about volcanism. Goes farther in either direction than we can see. Swept clear of snow above about 21,000 feet. Odd formations on slopes of highest mountains. Great low square blocks with exactly vertical sides and rectangular lines of low vertical ramparts, like the old Asian castles clinging to steep mountains in Rorick paintings. Impressive from distance. Flew close to some, and Carol thought they were formed of smaller separate pieces. That is probably weathering. Most edges crumbled and rounded off as if exposed to storms and climate changes for millions of years. Parts, especially upper parts, seemed to be of lighter colored rock than any visible strata on the slopes proper. Hence an evidently crystalline origin. Close flying shows many cave mountains. Shows is spelled with an E. How bizarre. Many cave mouths, some unusually regular in outline, square or semicircular. You must come and investigate. Think I saw a rampart squarely on top of one peak. Height seems now 30,000 to 35,000. Am up 21 and a half thousand myself, and devilishly gnawing cold. Wind whistles and pipes through passes and in and out of caves, but no flying danger so far. From then on, for another half hour, Lake kept up a running fire of comments and expressed his intention of climbing some of the peaks on foot. I replied that I would join him as soon as he could send a plane, and that Pabodie and I would work out the best gasoline plan. Just where and how to concentrate our supply in view of the expedition's altered character. Obviously, Lake's boring operations as well as his airplane activities would need a great deal delivered for the new base which he was to establish at the foot of the mountains, and it was possible that the eastward flight might not be made after all this season. In connection with this business, I called Captain Douglas and asked him to get as much as possible out of the ships and up the barrier with the single dog team we had left there. A direct route across the unknown region between Lake and McMurdo Sound was what we were really ought to establish. Lake called me later to say that he had decided to let the camp stay where Moulton's plane had been forced down, and where repairs had already progressed somewhat. The ice sheet was very thin, with dark ground here and there visible, and he would sink some borings and blasts at that very point before making any sledge trips or climbing expeditions. He spoke of the ineffable majesty of the whole scene and the queer state of his sensations at being in the lee of the vast silent pinnacles whose ranks shot up like a wall reaching the sky at the world's rim. Atwood's theodolite observations had placed the height of the 5 tallest peaks at from 30,000 to 34,000 feet. The wind-swept nature of the terrain clearly disturbed Lake, for it argued the occasional existence of prodigious gales, violent beyond anything we had so far encountered. His camp lay a little more than 5 miles from where the higher foothills abruptly rose. I could almost trace a note of subconscious alarm in his words, flashed across a glacial void of 700 miles, as he urged that we all hasten with the matter and get the strange new region disposed of as soon as possible. He was about to rest now, after a continuous day's work of almost unparalleled speed, strenuousness, and results. In the morning, I had 3-cornered wireless talk with Lake and Captain Douglas at their widely separated bases, and it was agreed that one of Lake's planes would come to my base for Pabodie and the 5 men and myself, as well as for all the fuel it could carry. The rest of the fuel question, depending on our decision about the easterly trip, could wait for a few days, since Lake had enough for immediate camp, heat, and borings. Eventually, the old southern base ought to be restocked, but if we postponed the easterly trip, we would not use it until the next summer. Meanwhile, Lake must send a plane to explore a direct route between his new mountains and McMurdo Sound. Pabodie and I prepared to close our base for a short or long period, as the case may be. If we wintered in the Antarctic, we would probably fly straight from Luke's base to the Arkham without returning to this spot. Some of our conical tents had already been reinforced by blocks of hard snow, and we now decided to complete the job of making a permanent Eskimo village. Owing to the very liberal tent supply, Lake had with him all that his base would need, even after our arrival. I wirelessed that Pabodie and I would be ready for the northwestward move after 1 day's work and 1 night's rest. Our labors, however, were not so very steady after 4 p.m., for about that time Lake began sending in the most extraordinary and excited messages. His working day had started unpropitiously, since the aeroplane survey of the nearly exposed rock surfaces showed an entire absence of those archaean and primordial strata for which he was looking, and which formed so great a part of the colossal peaks that loomed up at a tantalizing distance from the camp. Most of the rocks glimpsed were apparently Jurassic and Comanchean sandstones, and Permian and Triassic schists, with now and then a glossy black outcropping suggesting a hard and slaty coal. This rather discouraged Lake, whose plans all hinged on unearthing specimens more than 500 years older. It was clear to him that in order to recover the Archaean slate vein in which he had found in the odd markings, he would have to make a long sledge trip from those foothills to the steep slopes of the gigantic mountains themselves. He had resolved, nevertheless, to do some local boring as part of the expedition's general program. Hence, set up the drill, and put 5 men to work with it while the rest finished settling camp and repairing the damaged aeroplane. The softest visible rock, a sandstone about a quarter of a mile away from the camp, had been chosen for the first sampling, and the drill made excellent progress without much supplementary blasting. It was about 3 hours afterward, following the first really heavy blasts of the operation, that the shouting of the drill crew was heard, and that young Gedney, the acting foreman, rushed into camp with the startling news. They had struck a cave. Early in the boring, the sandstone had given place to a vein of Comanchean limestone, full of minute fossil cephalopods, corals, echini, and spirifera, and with occasional suggestions of siliceous sponges and marine vertebrate bones. The later probably of teleosts, sharks, and ganoids. This in itself was important enough, as affording the first... Jeez, that startled me. The music scared the shit out of me. that jolt. I was in such a trance and whatnot that boom got me. Oh man, sorry about that, folks. This in itself was important enough as the first vertebrate fossils the expedition had yet secured, but when shortly after the drill head dropped through the stratum into apparent vacancy, a wholly new and doubly intense wave of excitement spread among the excavators. A good-sized blast had laid open the subterranean secret, and now, through a jagged aperture, perhaps 5 feet across and 3 feet thick, there yawned before the avid searchers a section of shallow limestone hollowing worn more than 50 million years ago by trickling groundwaters of a bygone tropic world. Vic's reading intensifies. The hollowed lair was not more than 7 or 8 feet deep, but extended off indefinitely in all directions, at a fresh, slightly moving air which suggested its membership in an extensive subterranean system. Its roof and floor were abundantly equipped with large stalactites and stalagmites, and some of which met in columnar form. But importantly above all else, was the vast deposit of shells and bones which in places nearly choke the passage. Washed down from unknown jungles of Mesozoic tree ferns and fungi and forests of tertiary cycads, fan palms, and primitive angiosperms. This osseous medley contained representatives of more Cretaceous, Eocene, and other animal species than the greatest paleontologist could have ever counted or classified in a year. Mollusks, crustacean armor, fishes, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and early mammals, great and small, known and unknown. No wonder Gedney ran back to the camp shouting,
and no wonder everyone dropped work and rushed headlong through the biting cold to where the tall derrick marked a newfound gateway to secrets of inner earth and vanished eons. When Lake had satisfied the first keen edge of his curiosity, he scribbled a message in his notebook, and he had young Moulton run back to the camp to dispatch it by wireless. This was my first word of the discovery, and it told of the identification of early shells, bones of ganoids and placoderms, remnants of labyrinthodontists and thecodonts, great mosasaur skull fragments, dinosaur vertebrae, armored plates, pterodactyl teeth, winged bones, Archaeopteryx debris, Miocene shark's teeth, primitive bird skulls, and skulls, vertebrae, and bones of other archaic mammals such as paleotheres, xiphodons, dinoceres, Eohippie, Orodons, and Titanotheres. Man, this is tough. Julio, you're not the only one that there's a lot of big words in here that you don't know. I don't even know how to pronounce half these things. I'm not a paleontologist. I don't know squat. Suffice to say, they found a lot of fossils and a lot of bones and remnants and evidence of animals from hundreds of millions of years ago. It's insane. Rising Feathers rating with a party of 2. Yes, it is story time. Thank you so much for the raid, Rising Feathers. I'm currently reading H.P. Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness. So I hope that you and your company can join us on the journey into the Antarctica, where we have the expedition of Lake, Pabodie, and company. They've just found a massive cave underneath the surface near a previously unknown mountain range, possibly larger than the Himalayas themselves. It's fascinating. On the other hand, the prevalence of very early life forms was singular in the highest degree, though the limestone formation was on the evidence of such typical embedded fossils as ventriculites, positively and unmistakably Comanchian, and not a particle earlier. The free fragments in the hollow space included a surprising proportion from organisms hitherto considered as peculiar to far older periods. Even rudimentary fishes, mollusks, and corals as remote as the Silurian or Ordovician. The inevitable inference was that in this part of the world there had been a remarkable and unique degree of continuity between the life of over 300 million years ago and that of only 30 million years ago. How far this continuity had extended beyond the Oligocene age when the cavern was closed was of course past all speculation. In any event, the coming of the frightful ice in the Pleistocene some 500,000 years ago, a mere yesterday as compared with the age of this cavity, must have put an end to any of the primal life forms which had locally managed to outlive their common terms. Lake was not content to let his first message stand, but had another bulletin written and dispatched across the snow to the camp before Moulton could get back. After that, Moulton stayed at the wireless in one of the planes, transmitting to me and to the Arkham, or relaying to the outside world the frequent postscripts which Lake sent him by succession of messengers. Those who followed the newspapers will remember the excitement created among men of science by this afternoon's reports which have finally led, after all these years, to the organization of that very Starkweather Moor expedition which I am so anxious to dissuade from its purposes. I had better give the messages literally, as Lake sent them. And as our base operator, McTighe, translated them from his pencil shorthand. Fowler makes discovery of highest importance in sandstone and limestone fragments from blasts. Several distinct triangular striated prints, like those in Archean slate, proving that source survived from over 600 million years ago to Comanchean times without more than moderate morphological changes and decrease in average size. Comanchean prints apparently more primitive or decadent, if anything, than the older ones. Emphasize importance of discovery in press. Will mean to biology what Einstein has meant to mathematics and physics. Joins up with my previous work and amplifies conclusions. Appears to indicate, as I suspected, that Earth has seen whole cycle or cycles of organic life before known one begins with archaeozoic cells. Was evolved and specialized not later than 1,000 million years ago, when planet was young and recently uninhabitable for any life forms or normal protoplasmic structure. Question arises when, where, and how development took place. Yeah, congrats, Rising. I'm glad that you made it. You said you were going to get your ass kicked constantly, but I believed in you. One of your feet is cold, but the other one is hot. I don't know what that's all about. Sounds like you need to take a sock off the one foot and put it on the other one. I kind of read his portion in a more monotone voice. Not necessarily monotone, but just kind of like somebody reading off a telegram. I kind of likes reading it that way. You want both feet cold? Well, I don't know what to tell you. Go stick it outside in the snow. I assume the UK is covered in snow at the moment. All right. So continuing on, the next couple pages are him. Just these are reports from him. From page 736 to 740. It's it. Frost only. Stick your foot out the window. Later, examining certain skeletal fragments of large land and marine saurians and primitive mammals, finds singular local wounds or injuries to bony structure, not attributable to any known predatory or carnivorous animal of any period. Of two sorts, straight penetrant bores apparently hacking incisions. One or two cases of cleanly severed bone. Not many specimens affected. Am sending to camp for electric torches. Will extend search area underground by hacking away stalactites. It's fictional. This is completely fiction. H.P. Lovecraft was the grandfather of science fiction horror. This is a horror story. In case you didn't know that. This is horror. Still later, have found peculiar soapstone fragment about 6 inches across and 1.5 inches thick. Wholly unlike any visible local formation. Greenish, but no evidences to place its period. Has curious smoothness and regularity. Shaped like 5-pointed star with tips broken off, and signs of other cleavage at inward angles and in center of surface. Small, smooth depression in center of unbroken surface. arouses much curiosity as to source of weathering. Probably some freak of water action. Carroll with magnifier thinks he can make out additional markings of geologic significance. Phasing people? Phasing. Facing. Where am I facing? I'm facing the left. I'm facing the right. Phasing is the word you're looking for. Calling the waters action freaky. Yeah. Little freaky water action. Oh yeah, boy. Alright. Groups of tiny dots in regular patterns. Dogs growing uneasy as we work and seem to hate this soapstone. Must see if it has any particular odor. We'll report again when Mills gets back with light and we start on underground area. 10:15 p.m. Important discovery. Orendorff and Watkins, working underground at 9:45 with light, found monstrous barrel-shaped fossil of wholly unknown nature. Probably vegetable unless overgrown specimen of unknown marine radiata. Tissue evidently preserved by mineral salts. Tough as leather, but astonishingly flexible. Astonishing flexibility retained in places. Marks of broken off parts at ends and around sides. 6 feet end to end. 3.5 feet central diameter, tapering to 1 foot at each end. Like a barrel with 5 bulging ridges in place of staves. Lateral breakages, as of thinnish stalks, are at equator, in middle of these ridges. In furrows between ridges are curious growths. Combs or wings that fold up and spread out like fans. All greatly damaged but one, which gives almost 7-foot wingspan. Arrangements reminds me of certain monsters of primal myth, especially fabled elder things in Necronomicon. These wings seem to be membranous, stretched on framework of glandular tubing. Apparent minute orifices in frame tubing at wingtips. Ends of body shriveled, giving no clue to interior or to what has been broken off there. Must dissect when we get back to camp. Can't decide whether vegetable or animal. Many features obviously of almost incredible primitiveness. Have set all hands cutting stalactites and looking for further specimens. Additional scarred bones found, but these must wait. Having trouble with dogs. They can't endure the new specimen and would probably tear it to pieces if we didn't keep it at a distance from them. An hour and a half later. 11:30 p.m. Attention. Dyer. Pabodie. Douglas. Matter of highest, I might say, transcendent importance. Arkham must relay to Kingsport Head Station at once. Strange barrel growth in the Archean thing that left prints and rocks. Mills, Baudreau, and Fowler discover cluster of 13 more at underground point 40 feet from aperture. Mixed with curiously rounded and configured soapstone fragments smaller than one previously found. Star-shaped, but no marks of breakage except at some of the points. Of organic specimens, 8 apparently perfect, with all appendages, have brought all to surface, leading off dogs to distance. They cannot stand the things. Give close attention to description and repeat back for accuracy. Papers must get this right. I currently have a really, really bad ringing in my ear. I actually can't hear anything out this side of my ear other than a ringing. It's that bad. I've got really bad tinnitus, and it flares up. I'm hoping it goes away soon. I can't stand the music on me. Objects are 8 feet long all over. 6 foot 5 rigid barrel torso, 3.5 feet central diameter, 1 foot in diameters. Dark, gray, flexible, and infinitely tough. 7 foot membranous wings of same color, found folded, spread out of furrows between ridges. Wing framework tubular or granular, of lighter gray with orifices at wingtips. Spread wings have serrated edge. A round exterior, one at central apex, of each of the 5 vertical stave-like ridges are 5 systems of light gray flexible arms or tentacles, found tightly folded to torso, but expansible to maximum length over 3 feet. Ringing stopped. Like arms of primitive cenoid. Single stalk 3 inches diameter branch after 6 inches into 5 substalks, each of which branches after 8 inches into 5 small tapering tentacles or tendrils, giving each stalk a total of 25 tentacles. At top of torso, blunt, bulbous neck of lighter gray with gill-like suggestions, holds yellowish 5-pointed starfish-shaped apparent head covered with 3-inch wiry cilia of various prismatic colors. Head thick and puffy, about 2 feet point to point, with 3-inch flexible yellowish tubes projecting from each point. Slit in exact center of top, probably breathing aperture. At end of each tube is spherical expansion where yellowish membrane rolls back on handling to reveal glassy red irised globe, evidently an eye. 5 slightly longer reddish tubes start from inner angles of starfish-shaped head and end in sac-like swellings of same color, which, upon pressure to open to bell-shaped orifices, 2 inches diameter, and lined with sharp, white, tooth-like projections. Probable mouths. All these tubes, cilia, and points of starfish head found folded tightly down. Tubes and points clinging to bulbous neck and torso. Flexibility surprising despite vast toughness. Right? At bottom of torso, rough but dissimilarly functioning counterparts of head arrangements exist. Bulbous light gray pseudo neck without gill suggestions holds greenish 5-pointed starfish arrangement. Tough muscular arms 4 feet long and tapering from 7 inches diameter at base to about 2.5 at point. To each point is attached small end of greenish 5-vein membranous triangle 8 inches long and 6 wide at farther end. This is the paddle, fin, or pseudo foot which has made prints in rocks from 1,000 million to 50 or 60 million years ago. From inner angles of starfish arrangement, project 2-foot reddish tubes tapering from 3 inches diameter at base to 1 at tip. Orifices at tips. All these parts infinitely tough and leathery, but extremely flexible. 4-foot arms with paddles undoubtedly used for locomotion of some sort, marine or otherwise. When moved, display suggestions of exaggerated muscularity. As found, all these projections tightly folded over pseudo neck and end of torso, corresponding to projections at other end. Cannot yet assign positively to animal or vegetable kingdom now, but odds favor animal. Probably represents incredibly advanced evolution of radiata, without loss of certain primitive features. Echinoderm resemblance unmistakable despite local contradictory evidences. Wing structure puzzles in view of probable marine habitat, but may have use in water navigation. Symmetry is curiously vegetable-like, suggesting vegetables' essentially up and down structure rather than animals' fore and aft structure. Fabulously early date of evolution, preceding even simplest Archean protozoa hitherto known, baffles all conjecture as to its origin. Complete specimens have such uncanny resemblance to certain creatures of primal myth that suggestion of ancient existence outside of Antarctica becomes inevitable. Dyer and Peabody have read Necronomicon and seen Clark Ashton Smith's nightmare paintings based on text, and will understand when I speak of elder things supposed to have created all earth life as jest or mistake. Students have always thought conception formed from morbid imaginative treatment of very ancient tropical radiata. Also, like prehistoric folklore, things Wilmer spoke of, Cthulhu cult, appendages, etc. Vast field of study opened. Deposits probably of late Cretaceous or early Eocene period, judging from associated specimens. Massive stalagmites deposited above them. Hard work hewing out, but toughness prevented damage. State of preservation miraculous, evidently owing to limestone action. No more found so far, but we'll resume search later. Job now to get 14 huge specimens to camp without dogs, which bark furiously and can't be trusted near them. With 9 men, 3 left to guard the dogs. We ought to manage the 3 sleds fairly well, though wind is bad. Must establish plane communication with McMurdo Sound and begin shipping material. But I have got to dissect one of these things before we take any rest. Wish I had a real laboratory here. Dyer better kick himself for having tried to stop my westward trip. First the world's greatest mountains, and then this. If this last isn't the high spot of the expedition, I don't know what is. We're made scientifically. Congrats, Peabody, on the drill that opened up the cave. Now will Arkham please repeat description? The sensations of Peabody and myself at receipt of this report were almost beyond description. Nor were our companions much behind us in enthusiasm. McTeague, who had hastily translated a few high spots as they came from the droning receiving set, wrote out the entire message from his shorthand version as soon as Lake's operator signed off. All appreciated the epoch-making significance of the discovery, and I sent Lake congratulations as soon as the Arkham's operator had repeated back the descriptive parts as requested, and my example was followed by Sherman from his station at the McMurdo Sound supply cache, as well as by Captain Douglas of the Arkham. Later, as head of the expedition, I added some remarks to be relayed through the Arkham to the outside world. Of course, rest was absurd thought amidst this excitement, and my only wish was to get to Lake's camp as quickly as I could. It disappointed me when he sent word that a rising mountain gale made early aerial travel impossible. But within an hour and a half, interest again rose to banish disappointment. Lake was sending more messages, and told of the completely successful transportation of the 14 great specimens to the camp. It had been a hard pull, for the things were surprisingly heavy, but 9 men had accomplished it very neatly. Now some of the party were hurriedly building a snow corral at a safe distance from the camp, to which the dogs could be brought for greater convenience in feeding. The specimens were laid out on the hard snow near the camp, save for one on which Lake was making crude attempts at dissection. The dissection seemed to be a greater task than previously expected, for despite the heat of a gasoline stove in the newly raised laboratory tent, the deceptively flexible tissues of the chosen specimen, a powerful and intact one, lost nothing of their more leathery toughness. Hi, Adrian. Oh! A raid! Thank you, Chi. Chi raiding with a party of 4. Welcome, raiders! Welcome to the Mountains of Madness by H.P. Lovecraft. We're in the middle of the story, having just been through a discovery. They're currently on an expedition to Antarctica. That'd be Dyer, Lake, Pabodi, and their crew are currently exploring Antarctica. And they've made a discovery. A mountain range previously unknown that is greater in height to the Himalayas. And while they were excavating for fossils, they found a cave with the mother lode. And inside that cave, something very bizarre. Something they can't quite identify. And the only thing that they can relate it to is one of the elder things, the descriptions seen in the Necronomicon. Begin again. Lake was puzzled as to how he might make the requisite incisions without violence destructive enough to upset all structural niceties he was looking for. He had, it is true, 7 more perfect specimens, but these were too few to use up recklessly unless the cave might later yield an unlimited supply. Accordingly, he removed the specimen and dragged in one which, though having remnants of the starfish arrangements at both ends, was badly crushed and partly disrupted along one of the great torso furrows. Results quickly reported over the wireless were baffling and provocative indeed. Nothing like delicacy or accuracy was possible with instruments hardly able to cut the anomalous tissue. But the little that was achieved left us all awed and bewildered. Existing biology would have to be wholly revised, for this thing was no product of any cell growth science knows about. There had been scarcely any mineral replacement, and despite an age of perhaps 40 million years, the internal organs were wholly intact. The leathery, undeteriorative, and almost indestructible quality was an inherent attribute of the thing's form of organization and pertained to some Paleogen cycle of invertebrate evolution utterly beyond our powers of speculation. At first, all that Lake found was dry, but as the heat tint produced its thawing effect, organic moisture of pungent and offensive odor was encountered through the thing's uninjured side. It was not blood, but a thick, dark green fluid apparently answering the same purpose. By the time Lake reached this stage, all 37 dogs had been brought to the still uncompleted corral near the camp, and even at that distance, set up a savage barking and show of restlessness at the acrid, diffusive smell. Far from helping to place the strange entity, this provisional dissection merely deepened its mystery. All guesses about its external members had been correct. And on the evidence of these, one could hardly hesitate to call the living thing an animal. But internal inspection brought up so many vegetable evidences that Lake was left hopelessly at sea. It had digestion and circulation and a limited waste matter through the reddish tubes of its starfish-shaped base. Cursorily, one would say that its respiratory apparatus handled oxygen rather than carbon dioxide, and there were odd evidences of air storage chambers and methods of shifting respiration from the external orifice to at least two other fully developed breathing systems, gills and pores. Clearly it was amphibian, and probably adapted to long airless hibernation periods as well. Vocal organs seemed present in connection with the main respiratory system, but they presented anomalies beyond immediate solution. Articulate speech, in the sense of syllable utterance, seemed barely conceivable, but musical piping notes covering a wide range were highly probable. The muscular system was almost preternaturally developed. The nervous system was so complex and highly developed as to leave Lake aghast. Though excessively primitive and archaic in some respects, the thing had a set of ganglial centers and connectives, arguing the very extremes of specialized development. Its 5-lobed brain was surprisingly advanced, and there were signs of a sensory equipment, served in part through the wiry cilia of the head, involving factors alien to any other terrestrial organism. Probably it had more than 5 senses, so that its habits could not be predicted from any existing analogy. It must, Lake thought, have been a creature of keen sensitiveness and delicacy, differentiated functions in its primal world. Much like the ants and bees today, it reproduced through the vegetable cryptograms, especially the It reproduced like the vegetable cryptograms, especially the pteridophytes, having spore cases at the tips of the wings and evidently developed from a thallus or prothallus. But to give it a name at this stage was mere folly. It looked like a radiate, but was clearly something more. It was partially vegetable, but had 3/4 of the essentials of animal structure. That it was marine in origin, its symmetrical contour and certain of other attributes clearly indicated, yet one could not be exact as to the limit of its later adaptations. The wings, after all, held a persistent suggestion of the aerial? How could it have undergone its tremendously complex evolution on a newborn Earth in time to leave prints in the Archean rocks so far beyond conception as to make Lake whimsically recall the primal myths about great old ones who filtered down from the stars and concocted Earth life as a joke or a mistake. And the wild tales of cosmic hill things from outside told by a folklorist colleague in Miskatonic's English department. Naturally, he considered the possibility of Precambrian prints having been made by a less evolved ancestor of the present specimens, but quickly rejected this too facile theory upon considering the advanced structural qualities of the older fossils. If anything, the later contours showed decadence rather than higher evolution. The size of the pseudo-feet had decreased, and the whole morphology seemed coarsened and simplified. Moreover, the nerves and organs just examined held singular suggestions of retrogression from forms still more complex. Atrophied and vestigial parts were surprisingly prevalent. Altogether, little could be said to have solved, and Lake fell back on the mythology for a provisional name. Jocosely dubbed his finds the Elder Ones. At about 2:30 a.m., having decided to postpone further work and get a little rest, he covered the dissected organism with a tarp, emerged from the laboratory tent, and studied the intact specimens with renewed interest. The ceaseless Antarctic sun had begun to limber up their tissues a trifle, so that the head points and tubes of 2 or 3 showed signs of unfolding. But Lake did not believe there was any danger of immediate decomposition in the almost sub-zero air. He did, however, move all the undissected specimens closer together and throw a spare tent over them in order to keep off the direct solar rays. This would also help keep their possible scent away from the dogs, whose hostile unrest was becoming a problem, even at their substantial distance behind the higher and higher snow walls, which an increased quota of men were hastening to raise around their quarters. He had to weigh down the corners of the tent cloth with heavy blocks of snow to hold it in place amidst the rising gale, for the Titan Mountains seemed about to deliver some gravely severe blasts. Early apprehensions about sudden Antarctic winds were revived, and under Atwood's supervision, precautions were taken to bank the tents, new dog corral, and crude aeroplane shelters with snow on the mountainward side. These latter shelters, begun with hard snow blocks during odd moments, were by no means as high as they should have been, and Lake finally detached all hands from other tasks to work on them. It was after 4 when Lake at last prepared to sign off and advised all to share the rest period his outfit would take when the shelter walls were a little higher. He held some friendly chat with Pabodie over the ether and repeated his praise of the really marvelous drills that had helped him make this discovery. Atwood also sent greetings and praise. I gave Lake a warm word of congratulations, owning up that he was right about the western trip. We all agreed to get in touch by wireless at 10 in the morning. If the gale was then over, Lake would send a plane from the party at my base. Just before retiring, I dispatched a final message to the Arkham, with instructions about turning down the day's news for the outside world, since the full details seemed radical enough to rouse a wave of incredulity until further substantiated. In Chapter 2. Let me see if I can find a picture for you guys. Yeah, this one. Ooh, where'd that save? It's in pictures. Okay, hang on 1 second. I'm gonna treat you guys. No, not treat Bailey. Go away. Alright. Whoops. So this is what they are describing. This thing. I found it on WordPress. But this thing, it's incredible. They've never seen anything like it. They can't identify what it is exactly. We'll put that there for your further enjoyment. Hope y'all like having it on there. I like having it on there. Alright. Back to it. Let me fill my vape up. What do you think so far? We've encountered the Elder Ones. Pretty spoopy. Who's asleep? I hope I don't put you to sleep, like in a bad way. I don't want this to be boring. I think it's exciting. It's fun. See how much more music I got. Need a little bit more. I'm hoping that this is a good playlist. If it's not creepy. Atmospheric, dark, cyclopean at the Mountains of Madness. Looks good to me. Chapter 3. None of us, I imagine, slept very heavily or continuously that morning. For both the excitement of Lake's discovery and the mounting fury of the wind, we were against such a thing. So savage was the blast, even where we were, that we could not help but wondering how much worse it was at Lake's camp, directly under the vast unknown peaks that bred and delivered it. McTeague was awake at 10 o'clock and trying to get Lake on the wireless, as agreed, but some electrical condition in the disturbed air to the westward seemed to prevent communication. We did, however, get the Arkham, and Douglas told me that he had likewise been vainly trying to reach Lake. He had not known about the wind, for very little was blowing at McMurdo's Sound, despite its persistent rage where we were. Throughout the day, we all listened anxiously and tried to get Lake at intervals, but invariably without results. About noon, a positive frenzy of wind stampeded out of the west, causing us to fear for the safety of our camp, but eventually it died down, with only a moderate relapse at 2 p.m. After 3 o'clock, it was very quiet, and we redoubled our efforts to get Lake. Reflecting that he had 4 planes, each provided with an excellent shortwave outfit, we could not imagine any ordinary accident capable of crippling all his wireless equipment at once. Nevertheless, the stony silence continued, and when we thought the delirious force the wind must have had in his locality, we could not help making the most direful conjectures. By 6 o'clock, our fears had become intense and definite, and after a wireless consultation with Douglas and Thorfinson, I resolved to take steps toward investigation. The 5th airplane, which we had left at McMurdo Sound supply cache, with Sherman and 2 sailors, was in good shape and ready for instant use. It seemed that the very emergency for which it had been saved was now upon us. I got Sherman by wireless and ordered him to join me with the plane and the 2 sailors at the southern base as quickly as possible, the air conditions being highly favorable. We talked over the personnel of the coming investigation party and decided that we should include all hands, together with the sledge and the dogs which I had kept with me. Even so great a load would not be too much for one of the huge planes built to our special orders for heavy machinery transportation. At intervals I tried to reach Lake with the wireless, but all to no purpose. Sherman with the sailors, Gunnarsson and Larson took off at 7:30 and reported a quiet flight from several points on the wing. They arrived at our base at midnight, and all hands at once discussed the next move. It was risky business sailing over the Antarctic in a single airplane without any line of bases, but no one drew back from what seemed like the plainest necessity. We turned in at 2 o'clock for a brief rest after some preliminary loading of the plane, but we're up again 4 hours to finish loading and packing. At 7:15 a.m., January 25th, we started flying northwestward under McTeague's pilotage with 10 men, 7 dogs, a sledge, fuel, and food supply, and other items including the plane's wireless outfit. The atmosphere was clear, fairly quiet, and relatively mild in temperature. We anticipated very little trouble in reaching the latitude and longitude designated by Lake at the site of his camp. Our apprehensions were over what we might find, or fail to find. At the end of our journey, for silence continued to answer all calls dispatched to the camp. Every incident of that 4.5-hour flight is burned into my recollection because of its crucial position in my life. It marked my loss at the age of 54 of all that peace and balance which the normal mind possesses through the accustomed conception of external nature and nature's laws. Thenceforward, the 10 of us, but the student Danford and myself above all others, were to face a hideously amplified world of lurking horrors which nothing can erase from our emotions and which would refrain from sharing with mankind in general if we could. The newspapers had printed the bulletins we sent from the moving plane, telling of our non-stop course, our 2 battles with treacherous upper gales, our glimpse of the broken surface where Lake had sunk his mid-journey shaft 3 days before, and our sight of those strange fluffy snow cylinders noted by Amundsen and Bird as rolling in the wind across the endless leagues of the frozen plateau. There came a point, though, when our sensations could not be conveyed in any words the press would understand. A larger point when we had to adopt an actual rule of strict censorship. The sailor Larson was first to spy the jagged line of witch-like cones and pinnacles ahead. His shouts sent everyone to the windows of the great cabined plane. Despite our speed, they were very slow in gaining prominence. Hence we knew that they must be infinitely far off and visible only because of their abnormal height. Little by little they rose grimly into the western sky, allowing us to distinguish various bare, bleak, blackish summits, and to catch the curious sense of fantasy which they inspired as seen in the reddish Antarctic light against the provocative background of iridescent ice-dust clouds. In the whole spectacle there was a persistent, pervasive hint of stupendous secrecy and potential revelation. As if these stark, nightmarish spires marked the pylons of a frightful gateway into forbidden spheres of dream and complex gulfs of remote time, space, and ultra-dimensionality. I could not help feeling that they were evil things. Mountains of madness, whose farther slopes looked out over some accursed ultimate abyss. That seething, half-luminous cloud background held ineffable suggestions of a vague, ethereal beyondness, far more than any terrestrially spatial. Wait. Let me backtrack on that one. Ethereal beyondness, far more than terrestrially spatial, and gave appalling reminders of the utter remoteness, separateness, desolation, and aeon-long death of this untrodden and unfathomed austral world. It was young Danforth who drew our notice to the curious regularities of the higher mountain skyline. Regularities like clinging fragments of perfect cubes, which Lake had mentioned in his messages, and which indeed justified his comparison with the dreamlike suggestions of primordial temple ruins on cloudy Asian mountaintops, so subtly and strangely painted by Rorik. There was indeed something hauntingly Rorik-like about this whole unearthly continent of mountainous mystery. I had felt it in October when we first caught sight of Victoria Land, and I felt it afresh now. I felt, too, another wave of uneasy consciousness of archaean mythical resemblances, of how disturbingly this lethal realm corresponded to the evilly famed plateau of Leng in the primal writings. Mythologists have placed Leng in Central Asia, but the racial memory of man, or of his predecessors, is long, and it may well be that certain tales have come down from lands and mountains and temples of horror earlier than Asia, earlier than any human world we have known. A few daring mystics have hinted at Pleistocene origin for the fragmentary Nakotic manuscripts, have suggested that the devotees of Sathogwa were as alien to mankind as Sathogwa itself. Leng, wherever in space or time it might brood, was not a region I would care to be in or near, nor did I relish the proximity of a world that had ever bred such ambiguous and archaean monstrosities as those Lake had just mentioned. At that moment, I felt sorry that I had ever read the horrid Necronomicon, or talked so much with that unpleasantly erudite folklorist Wilmarth at the university. This mood undoubtedly served to aggravate my reaction to the bizarre mirage which burst upon us from increasingly opalescent zenith as we drew near the mountains and began to make out the cumulative undulations of the foothills. I had seen dozens of polar mirages during the preceding weeks, some of them quite as uncanny and fantastically vivid as the present example, but this one had a wholly novel and obscure quality of menacing symbolism. And I shuddered as the seething labyrinth of fabulous walls and towers and minarets loomed out of the troubled ice vapors above our heads. The effect was that of a cyclopean city, of no architecture known to man or to human imagination, with vast aggregations of night-black masonry, embodying monstrous perversions of geometrical laws, and attaining the most grotesque extremes of sinister bizarrerie. There were truncated cones, sometimes terraced or fluted, surmounted by tall cylindrical shafts here and there, bulbously enlarged and often capped with tiers of thinnish, scalloped discs, and strange, beetling, table-like constructions suggesting piles of multitudinous rectangular slabs or circular plates, or five-pointed stars, with each one overlapping the one beneath. There were composite cones and pyramids, either alone or surmounting cylinders, or cubes, or flatter, truncated cones and pyramids, and occasional needle-like spires in curious clusters of 5. All of these febrile structures seemed knit together by tubular bridges crossing from one to the other at various dizzying heights. The implied scale of the whole was terrifying and oppressive in its sheer gigantism. The general type of mirage was not unlike some of the wilder forms observed and drawn by the Arctic whaler Scoresby in 1820. But at this time and place, with those dark, unknown mountain peaks soaring stupendously ahead, that anonymous elder world discovery in our minds, and the pull of probable disaster enveloping the greater part of our expedition, we all seemed to find in it a taint of latent malignity and infinitely evil portent. I was glad when the mirage began to break up. Even though in the process the various nightmare turrets and cones assumed distorted, temporary forms of even faster hideousness. As the whole illusion dissolved to churning opalescence, we began to look earthward again. Hi, cool 1972. And saw our journey's end was not far off. The unknown mountains ahead rose dizzyingly, up like a fearsome rampart of giants, their curious regularity showing with startling clearness even without a field glass. We were over the lowest foothills now, and could see, amidst the snow, ice, and bare patches of their main plateau, a couple of darkish spots, which we took to be Lake's Camp and Boring. The higher foothills shot up between 5 and 6 miles away, forming a range almost distinct from the terrifying line of more than Himalayan peaks beyond them. At length, Ropes, the student who relieved McTeague at the controls, began to head downward toward the left-hand dark spot whose size marked it as a camp. As he did so, McTeague sent out the last uncensored wireless the world was ever to receive from our expedition. Everyone, of course, has read the brief and unsatisfying bulletins of the rest of our Antarctic sojourn. Some hours after our landing, we sent a guarded report of the tragedy we found, and reluctantly announced the wiping out of the whole lake party by the frightful wind of the preceding day, or of the night before that. 11 known dead, young Gedney missing. People pardoned our hazy lack of details to the realization of the shock the sad event must have caused us, and believed us when we explained that the mangling action of the wind had rendered all 11 bodies unsuitable for transportation outside. Indeed, I flatter myself, even in the midst of our distress, utter bewilderment, and soul-clutching horror, we scarcely went beyond the truth in any specific instance. The tremendous significance lies in what we dared not tell, what I would not tell now but for the need of warning others off from nameless terrors. It is a fact that the wind had wrought dreadful havoc. Whether all could have lived through it even without the other thing is gravely open to doubt. The storm with its fury of madly driven ice particles, must have been beyond anything our expedition had encountered before. One aeroplane shelter, all it seems, had been left in far too flimsy and inadequate state, was nearly pulverized, and the derrick at the distant boring was entirely shaken to pieces. The exposed metal of the grounded planes and drilling machinery was bruised into the higher polish, and 2 of the small tents were flattened despite their snowbanking. Wooden surfaces left out in the blast were pitted and denuded of paint, and all signs of tracks in the snow were completely obliterated. It is also true that we found none of the archaean biological objects in a condition to take outside as a whole. We did gather some minerals from a vast tumbled pile, including several of the greenish soapstone fragments whose odd 5-pointed rounding and faint patterns of grouped dots caused so many doubtful comparisons, and some fossil bones, among which were the most typical of the curiously injured specimens. None of the dogs survived, their hurriedly built snow enclosure near the camp being almost wholly destroyed. The wind may have done that, though the greater breakage on the side of the camp, which was not the windward one, suggests an onward leap or break of the frantic beasts themselves. All 3 sledges were gone, and we've tried to explain that the wind may have blown them off in the unknown. The drill and ice melting machinery at the boring were too badly damaged to warrant salvage, so we used them to choke up that subtly disturbing gateway to the past which Lake had blasted. We likewise left at the camp the 2 most shaken up of planes, since our surviving party had only 4 real pilots: Sherman, Danforth, McTeague, and Ropes. In all, with Danforth in a poor, nervous shape to navigate. We brought back all the books, scientific equipment, and other incidentals we could find, though much was rather unaccountably blown away. Spare tents and furs were either missing or badly out of condition. It was approximately 4 p.m. After wide plain cruising had forced us to give Gedney up for lost, that we sent out our guarded message to the Arkham for relaying, and I think we did well to keep it as calm and non-committal as we succeeded in doing. The most we said about agitation concerned our dogs, whose frantic uneasiness near the biological specimens was to be expected from poor Lake's accounts. We did not mention, I think, their display of the same uneasiness when sniffing around the queer greenish soapstones and certain other objects in the disordered region. Objects including scientific instruments, airplanes, machinery both at the camp and at the boring, whose parts had been loosened, moved, or otherwise tampered with by the winds, that must have harbored singular curiosity and investigativeness. About the 4th biological specimens, we were pardonably indefinite. We said that the only ones we discovered were damaged, but that was enough left of them to prove Lake's description wholly and impressively accurate. It was hard work keeping our personal emotions out of this matter, and we did not mention numbers or say exactly how we found those which we did find. We had by that time agreed not to transmit anything suggesting madness on the part of Lake's men, and it surely looked like madness to find 6 imperfect monstrosities carefully buried upright in 9-foot snow graves, under 5-pointed mounds punched over with groups of dots and patterns exactly like those on the queer greenish soapstones dug up from the Mesozoic or Tertiary times. The 8 perfect specimens mentioned by Lake seem to have been completely blown away. We were careful too about the public's general peace of mind. Hence Danforth and I said very little about that frightful trip over the mountains the next day. It was the fact that only a radically lightened plane could possibly cross a range of such height, which mercifully limited the scouting tour to the two of us. On our return at 1 a.m., Danforth was close to hysterics, but kept an admirably stiff upper lip. It took no persuasion to make him promise not to show our sketches and the other things we brought away in our pockets, not to say anything more to the others than we had agreed to relay outside, and to hide our camera films for private development later on. So that part of my present story will be as new to Peabody, McTeague, Ropes, Sherman, and the rest as it will be to the world in general. Indeed, Danforth is closer mouthed than I, for he saw, or thinks he saw, one thing he will not tell even me. As all know, our report included a tale of a hard ascent, a confirmation of Lake's opinion that the great peaks are of Archean slate and other primal, crumpled strata, unchanged since the last Middle Comanchean times, a conventional comment on the regularity of the clinging cube and rampart formations, a decision that the cave mouths indicate dissolved calcareous veins, a conjecture that certain slopes and passes would permit of the scaling and crossing of the entire range by seasoned mountaineers, and a remark that the mysterious other side holds a lofty and immense super plateau, as ancient and unchanging as the mountains themselves, 20,000 feet in elevation, with grotesque rock formations protruding through a thin glacial layer, and with low, gradual foothills between the general plateau surface and the sheer precipices of the highest peaks. This body of data is in every respect true so far as it goes, and it completely satisfies the Minute Camp. We laid our absence of 16 hours, a longer time than our announced flying, landing, and reconnoitering and rock collecting program called for, to a long mythical spell of adverse wind conditions, and told truly of our landing on the farther foothills. Fortunately, our tale sounded realistic and prosaic enough not to tempt any others into emulating our flight. Had any of them tried to do that, I would have used every ounce of my persuasion to stop them, and I do not know what Danforth would have done. While we were gone, Peabody, Sherman, Ropes, McTeague, and Williamson had worked like beavers over Lake's two best planes, fitting them again for use despite the altogether unaccountable juggling of their operative mechanism. We decided to load all the planes the next morning and start back for our old base as soon as possible. Even though indirect, that was the safest way to work towards McMurdo Sound. For a straight line flight across the most utterly unknown stretches of the aeon-dead continent would involve many additional hazards. Further exploration was hardly feasible in view of our tragic decimation and the ruin of our drilling machinery, and the doubts and horrors around us, which we did not reveal, made us only wish to escape from this austral world of desolation and brooding madness swiftly as we could. As the public knows, our return to the world was accomplished without further disasters. All planes reached the old base on the evening of the next day, January 27th, after a swift non-stop flight. And on the 28th, we made McMurdo Sound in 2 laps, the one pause being very brief, and occasioned by a faulty rudder and the furious wind over the ice shelf after we had cleared the great plateau. In 5 days more, the Arkham and Miskatonic, with all hands and equipment on board, were shaking clear of the thickening field ice and working up Ross Sea, with the mocking mountains of Victoria Land looming westward against a troubled Antarctic sky, and twisting the wind's wails into a wide-range musical piping, which chilled my soul to the quick. Less than a fortnight later, we left the last hint of polar land behind us, and thanked heaven we were cleared of a haunted, accursed realm, where life and death, space and time, have made black and blasphemous alliances in the unknown epochs since matter first writhed and swarmed on the planet's scarce-cooled crust. Since our return, we have all constantly worked to discourage Antarctic exploration. Have kept certain doubts and guesses to ourselves, with splendid unity and faithfulness. Even young Danforth, with his nervous breakdown, has not flinched or babbled to his doctors. Indeed, as I have said, there is one thing he thinks alone. There's one thing he thinks he alone saw, which he will not tell even me. Though I think it would help his psychological state if he would consent to do so. It might explain and relieve much, though perhaps the thing was no more than the delusive aftermath of an earlier shock. That is the impression I gather after those rare, irresponsible moments when he whispered disjointed things to me. Things which he repudiates vehemently as soon as he gets a grip on himself again. It will be hard work deterring others from the Great White South, and some of our efforts may directly harm our cause by drawing inquiring notice. We might have known from the first that human curiosity is undying, and the results we announced would be enough to spur others ahead on the same age-long pursuit of the unknown. Lake's reports of those biological monstrosities had aroused naturalists, paleontologists, to the highest pitch, though we were sensible enough not to show the detached parts we had taken from the actual buried specimens, or our photographs of those specimens as they were found. We also refrained from showing the more puzzling of the scarred bones and greenish soapstones. While Danforth and I have closely guarded the pictures we took or drew on the super plateau across the range, the crumpled things we smoothed, studied in terror, and brought away in our pockets. But now that Starkweather Moore Party is organizing, and with a thoroughness far beyond anything our outfit attempted, if not dissuaded, they will get to the innermost nucleus of the Antarctic and melt and bore till they bring up that which may end the world we know. So I must break through all reticences at last, even about the ultimate nameless thing beyond the mountains of madness. In chapter 3. Well, Leo, you missed a bit. Where were you? I assumed you fell asleep, friend. Yeah. Penguin cult. No. I'll show you. Alright? So that is what they're describing. Terrifying, isn't it? Absolutely terrifying. Madness indeed. Madness indeed. So, any thoughts? I'm taking a pause between the chapters to talk to you guys. Void, how are you doing today? Void I Blake. welcome to the stream. We are at the Mountains of Madness with H.P. Lovecraft. Thank you, Chi, for the 100 Tiggle biddies. I'm actually kind of surprised that the alert box didn't trigger for that. But I greatly appreciate them, all the same. Void Blake? Well, you know Voided. There's Voided, you know, in the stream. But I'm sure it's a completely and totally different person. Don't I know you, mister? That's what I hear Julio saying with his accent. Alright, so usually I don't really respond too much during the reading itself. I will from time to time, and I have to take breaks because it's a lot on the voice. It's a lot on the voice. But into the chapter, I'm always happy to answer questions or anything like that that you guys might have. Julio, you have an accent. Everyone has an accent. Alright? I have an accent. I don't have a very thick accent, you know, a thick Texas accent. I can thicken it up if you like. But, everyone has one. Have you ever been on Zorakis channel by any chance? Thick. Howdy, y'all. Alright. One of my favorite things to do is to speak German with a good solid Texas accent. Guten Tag. Wie geht es dir? Es geht mir gut. Und sich? Was machen Sie in deiner Freizeit? Ah, it's okay. It's a small world. Oh, Chi, you like that? Gibt es ein Biergarten in der Nähe? You're good at Australian? I'm really bad at Australian. Like there's only a few phrases and things I can do in Australian. And even then, it's absolutely terrible. Expert at Ori. And, oh, Inglorious Bastards, yeah, where they did the Italian. I speak most Italian, so I'll be your date. He speaks second most Italian, so you're gonna be the cameraman or whatever. I can't remember. Buongiorno. Si. Gorlami. I loved it. Inglourious Bastards was a good movie. Do I play Fortnite? No, I don't play Fortnite. Julio plays Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite. Alright, I am going to take just the briefest of breaks to get more water. I will return momentarily. You should sleep soon? Alright, well look, I'm gonna go get the water, okay? I'll come back. I'll read you to sleep. When I come back, we'll pick up chapter 4. This is a thick book. Well, this is one of the longer stories. There's 12 chapters, and it's taken me 2.5 hours to get through the first 3. Your people went to get the Necronomicon. They found some spoopy monster, but they have escaped. No. Okay, look. I will recap the entire 3 chapters, okay? there was an expedition team of 3 scientists and their crew. They went to Antarctica. In Antarctica, they were trying to find fossils and mineral deposits to just learn the history of the area. When they got there, they made some weird discoveries that led one of the team leaders, Lake, to go elsewhere other than their expected one. You're going to go now, but you'll follow? Well, thank you, Void. I appreciate that. Mandy Shines, how you doing? But that's okay. Let me continue my sum up. All right. So they found some unusual fossils. These unusual fossils. Oh, also somebody named Tally CA666. Thank you for that follow. Welcome to the Cult of Vix. I missed it. I've got alerts turned off. My apologies. Good to have you back, Mandy. So anyhow, so when they found this weird fossil, they traveled northwestward, and they found a mountain range that's larger than the Himalayas, larger than Mount Everest. They found very bizarre things there. The rocks and things were unusual. They found an area where they started drilling to take samples that yielded a cave. In that cave, they found many fossils and bones and skulls and things. And then they found bizarre creatures. The Elder Ones. Right there. Look at them. They're insane. Void, Blake, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the Cult of Vix. These creatures are unidentifiable. Are they animals? Are they vegetables? We have no idea. They are beyond human understanding. Oh yeah, Mandy, Julio wants a hug. Okay, so anyhow, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna leave you guys with this lovely photo to enjoy while I'm gone.
I'm back. Let's try and get this photo. Alright. I think that's a good spot for it, right, guys? Alright, hang on. You like the picture, Julio? Or do you like the emote? Yeah, you probably like her poop emote. My wrist'll. I don't know if you can hear that. It clicks. Let's see. Walking through the cemetery. Fun. Oh, you like the picture? This photo right here. I like it. It's fun. The penguins. Penguin cult. I'm gonna switch to crackling fireplace sounds. Okay, guys? I like having the music, but I wanted to do the crackling fireplace sounds. I saw that. So I hope you guys like it. I'm trying to get the, trying to get the sound just right. Okay, so can you hear the crackling of the fire? Is it exciting? And you can hear the distant rumble of thunder. Okay, good. Dr. Pepper, please sponsor me. Hype. Most excellent. Alright, guys. Hope you're ready. We got one more hit on my vape. I turned off the chat bot. If you, like I said, if you guys want me to turn it back on, I've got all the sounds turned off. The alert box should be working though. I don't understand why it's not. Like, hang on. Yeah, the alert box itself isn't working. Hang on, let me look in studio mode. What's so different about this one? Ooh, sorry about that. So, when I'm here, if I test the bit sound, wait a minute, what's wrong with my bits? What's wrong with the alert box and everything? Like, this is, it's different. I didn't do anything to it. Oh, whatever. I'll figure it out another day. For now, it is reading time. We open the book. You mustn't read from the book. Everyone relaxed? Hear the crackling of the fire? All of our streams are on strike, Chi. It's outrageous. Why? Why do you do this to me? Because I did do something to my stream recently. I changed the bit sound. No, things aren't turned on now, but let me turn them on. Okay, look. We're taking a break right now. So it's not a bad moment for me to turn on the chat bot and go through it. We're approaching chapter 4. We've learned of the tale. No, no, no. You're just checking? Well, I'm turning it on. Okay, I do have it on, so if you guys want to mess around with that, that's great. Nope, bits. Why is the bit sound not working? This is really bothering me, guys. You ready for? There are 12 chapters. I don't even know if we're gonna finish all of this today. I don't even know, dude. Hang on one second. I'm trying something real quick. There we go.
This
I got
is
it.
a test bit alert.
I got it working again. You'll stay for 6. Okay. Determination is good quality. I'm glad. So, what do you think of it? Wait. What do you guys think of the new bit thing? This is my new bit thing because I was looking through GIFs and whatnot, and I was like, it's perfect.
In the name of God. In the name of God.
Look at it.
This is a test
I
bit
love
alert.
it. It's so cool. As always, I think I got a new GIF for the follow. I don't have a new sound or anything like that, but okay. All right, I'm glad you love it. I'm glad you love it. Okay, all right. Back to chapter 4. It is only with vast hesitancy and repugnance that I let my mind go back to Lake's camp and what we really found there, and to that other thing beyond the frightful mountain wall. I am constantly tempted to shirk the details and to let hints stand for actual facts and ineluctable deductions. I hope I have said enough already to let me glide briefly over the rest. The rest that is of the horror at the camp. I have told of the wind-ravaged terrain, the damaged shelters, the disarranged machinery, the varied uneasiness of our dogs, the missing sledges, and other items, the deaths of men and dogs, the absence of Gedney, and the 6 insanely buried biological specimens, strangely sound in texture for all their structural injuries, from a world 40 million years dead.
I do not recall whether I mentioned upon checking up the canine bodies we found one dog missing. Y'all showing love? What are you showing love for? Hang on, I gotta put my glasses back on. Oh, you just like showing love. Alright. We did not think about that. The sounds are on. I didn't turn them all off. I turned off the major ones, so there's no dino track there, Julio. No dino track, no black sun. The one dog missing. We did not think about that till later. Indeed, only Danforth and I have thought of it at all. The principal things I have been keeping back relate to the bodies, and to certain subtle points which may or may not lend a hideous and incredible kind of rationale to the apparent chaos. At the time, I tried to keep the men's minds off those points, for it was so much simpler, so much more normal, to lay everything to an outbreak of madness on the part of some of Lake's party. From the look of things, that Damon Mountain wind must have been enough to drive any man mad in the midst of all this center of all earthly mystery and desolation. The crowning abnormality, of course, was the condition of the bodies. Men and dogs alike. They had all been in some terrible kind of conflict, and were torn and mangled in fiendish and altogether inexplicable ways. Death, so far as we could judge, had in each case come from strangulation or laceration. The dogs had evidently started the trouble, for the state of their ill-built corral bore witness to its forcible breakage from within. It had been set some distance from the camp because of the hatred of the animals for those hellish archaean organisms, but the precaution seemed to have been taken in vain. When left alone in that monstrous wind behind flimsy walls of insufficient height, they must have stampeded. Whether from the wind itself or some subtle, increasing odor emitted by the nightmare specimens, one could not say. Those specimens, of course, had been covered with a tent cloth, yet the low Antarctic sun had beat steadily upon that cloth, and Lake had mentioned that solar heat tended to make the strangely sound and tough tissues of the things relax and expand. Perhaps the wind had whipped the cloth from over them and jostled them about in such a way that their more pungent olfactory qualities began to manifest despite their unbelievable antiquity. But whatever had happened, it was hideous and revolting enough. Perhaps I had better put some squeamishness aside and tell the worst at last, though with a categorical statement of opinion based on the first-hand observation and most rigid deduction of both Danforth and myself, that the then missing Gedney was in no way responsible for the loathsome horrors we found. I have said that the bodies were frightfully mangled. Now I must add that some were incised and subtracted from in the most curious, cold-blooded, and inhuman fashion. It was the same with dogs and men. All the healthier, fatter bodies, quadrupedal or bipedal, had had their most solid masses of tissue cut out and removed as by a careful butcher. And around them was a sprinkling of salt, taken from the ravaged provision chests on the plains, which conjured up the most horrible associations. The thing had occurred to me in one of the crude airplane shelters from which the plane had been dragged out, and subsequent winds had affected all tracks, which could have supplied any plausible theory. Scattered bits of clothing, roughly slashed from the human incision subjects, hinted no clues. It is useless to bring up the half impression of certain faint snow prints in one shielded corner of the ruined enclosure, because that impression did not concern human prints at all, but was clearly mixed up with all the talk of fossil prints which poor Lake had been giving throughout the preceding weeks. One had to be careful of one's imagination in the lee of those overshadowing mountains of madness. As I have indicated, Gedney and one dog turned out to be missing in the end. When we came on that terrible shelter, we had missed 2 dogs and 2 men. But the fairly unharmed dissecting tent, which we entered after investigating the monstrous graves, had something to reveal. It was not as Lake had left it. For the covered parts of the primal monstrosity had been removed from the improvised table. Indeed, we had realized that one of the 6 imperfect, insanely buried things we had found, the one with a trace of a peculiarly hateful odor, must represent the collected sections of the entity which Lake had tried to analyze. On and around that laboratory table were strewn other things, and it did not take long for us to guess that those things were carefully, though oddly and inexpertly dissected parts of 1 man and 1 dog. I shall spare the feelings of survivors by omitting mention of the man's identity. Lake's anatomical instruments were missing, but there were evidence of their careful cleansing. The gasoline stove was also gone, though around it we found a curious litter of matches. We buried the human parts beside the other 10 men, and the canine parts with the other 35 dogs. Concerning the bizarre smudges on the laboratory table and on the jumble of roughly handled illustrated books scattered near it, we were much too bewildered to speculate. This formed the worst of the camp horror, but other things were equally perplexing. The disappearance of Gedney, the 1 dog, the 8 uninjured biological specimens, the 3 sledges and certain instruments, illustrated technical and scientific books, writing materials, electric torches and batteries, blood and fuel, heating apparatus, spare tents, fur suits, and the like was utterly beyond sane conjecture. As were likewise the spatter-fringed ink blots on certain pieces of paper, and the evidences of curious alien fumbling and experimentation around the planes and all other mechanical devices, both at the camp and at the boring. The dogs seemed to abhor this oddly disordered machinery. Then, too, there was the upsetting of the larder, the disappearance of certain staples, and the jarringly comical heap of tin cans pried open in the most unlikely ways at the most unlikely places. The profusion of scattered matches, intact, broken, or spent, formed another minor enigma. As did the 2 or 3 tent cloths and fur suits which we found lying about. What peculiar and unorthodox slashings conceivably due to clumsy efforts at unimaginable adaptations? The maltreatment of the human and canine bodies, and the crazy burial of the damaged Archean specimens were all a piece of this apparent disintegrative madness. In view of such an eventuality as the present one, we carefully photographed all the main evidences of an insane disorder at the camp. We shall use the prints to buttress our pleas against the department of the proposed Starkweather Moor expedition. Our first act, finding the bodies in the shelter, was to photograph and open the row of insane graves with the 5 pointed snow mounds. We cannot help noticing the resemblance of these monstrous mounds with their clusters of group dots to poor Lake's description of the strange greenish soapstones. When we came on some of the soapstones themselves in the great mineral pile, we found the likeness very close indeed. The whole general formation, it must be made clear, seemed abominably suggestive of the starfish head of the Archean entities. And we agreed that the suggestion must have worked potently upon the sensitized minds of Lake's overwrought party. Our own first sight of the actual buried entities formed a horrible moment, and sent the imaginations of Pabadai and myself back to some of the shocking primal myths we had read and heard. We all agreed that the mere sight and continued presence of these things must have cooperated with the oppressive polar solitude and demon mountain wind in driving Lake's party mad. For madness. Centering in Gedney as the only possible surviving agent was the explanation, spontaneously adopted by everybody so far as spoken utterance was concerned. Though I will not be so naive as to deny that each of us may have harbored wild guesses which sanity forbade him to formulate completely. Sherman, Pabadie, and McTeague made an exhaustive airplane cruise all over the surrounding territory in the afternoon, sweeping the horizon with field glasses in quest of Gedney and of the various missing things, but nothing came to light. The party reported that the Titan barrier range extended endlessly to the right and left alike, without any diminution in height or essential structure. On some of the peaks, though, the regular cube and rampart formations were bolder and plainer, having doubly fantastic similitudes to Rorik-painted Asian hill ruins. The distribution of cryptical cave mouths on the black snow-denuded summits seemed roughly even as far as range could be traced. In spite of all the prevailing horrors, we were left with enough sheer scientific zeal and adventurousness to wonder about the unknown realm beyond these mysterious mountains. As our guarded messages stated, we rested at midnight after our day of terror and bafflement, but not without a tentative plan for one or more range-crossing altitude flights in a lightened plane with aerial camera and geologist's outfit, beginning the following morning. It was decided that Danforth and I try it first. We awaked at 7 a.m., intending an early trip through heavy winds, mentioned in our brief bulletin to the outside world, delayed our start till nearly 9 o'clock. I have already repeated the non-committal story we told the men at the camp, and relayed the outside world. After our return 16 hours later, it is now my terrible duty to amplify this account by filling the merciful blanks with hints of what we really saw in the hidden Transmonte world. Hints of the revelations which have finally driven Danforth to a nervous collapse. I wish he would add a really frank word about the thing which he thinks he alone saw, even though it was probably a nervous delusion, and which perhaps the last straw that put him where he is, but he is firm against that. All I can do is repeat his later disjointed whispers about what set him shrieking as the plane soared back through the wind-tortured mountain pass after that real intangible shock which I shared. This will form my last word. If the plain signs of surviving elder horrors in what I disclose be not enough to keep others from meddling with the inner Arctic, or at least from prying too deeply beneath the surface of that ultimate waste, of forbidden secrets and unhuman, aeon-cursed desolation, the responsibility for unnameable and perhaps immeasurable evils will not be mine. Danforth and I, studying the notes made by Papody in his afternoon flight, checking up with a sextant, had calculated the lowest available pass in the range lay somewhat to the right of us within sight of camp, and about 23 or 24,000 feet above sea level. For this point, then, we first headed in the lightened plane as we embarked on our flight of discovery. The camp itself on foothills, which sprang from a high continental plateau, was some 12,000 feet in altitude. Hence the actual height increase necessary was not so vast as it might seem. Nevertheless, we were acutely conscious of the rarefied air and intense cold as we rose. For on account of visibility conditions, we had to leave the cabin windows open. We were dressed, of course, in our heaviest furs. As we drew near the forbidding peaks, dark and sinister above the line of crevasse-riven snow and interstitial glaciers, we noticed more and more the curiously regular formations clinging to the slopes, and thought again of the strange Asian paintings of Nicholas Roerich. The ancient and wind-weathered rock strata fully verified all Lake's bulletins, and proved that these hoary pinnacles had been towering up in exactly the same way since a surprisingly early time in Earth's history, perhaps over 50 million years. How much higher had they once been? It was futile to guess. But everything about this strange region pointed to obscure atmospheric influences unfavorable to change and calculated to retard the usual climatic process of rock disintegration. But it was the mountainside tangle of regular cubes, ramparts, and cave mouths which fascinated and disturbed us most. I studied them with a field glass and took aerial photographs whilst Danforth drove, and at times relieved him at the controls, though my aviation knowledge was purely in amateurs, in order to let him use the binoculars. We could easily see that much of the material of the things was a lightish, arcane quartzite, unlike any formation visible over broad areas of the general surface, and that their irregularity was extreme and uncanny to an extent which poor Lake had scarcely hinted. As he said, their edges were crumbled and rounded from untold aeons of savage weathering, but their preternatural solidity and tough material had saved them from obliteration. Many parts, especially those closest to the slopes, seemed identical in substance with the surrounding rock surface. The whole arrangement looked like the ruins of Machu Picchu in the Andes, or the primal foundation walls of Kish as dug up by the Oxford Field Museum expedition in 1929. And both Danforth and I obtained that occasional impression of separate cyclopean blocks, which Lake had attributed to his flight companion, Carol. How to account for such things in this place was frankly beyond me, and I felt queerly humbled as a geologist. Igneous formations often have strange regularities, like the famous Giant's Causeway in Ireland, but this stupendous range, despite Lake's original suspicion of smoking cones, was above all else non-volcanic in evident structure. The curious cave mouths near which the odd formations seemed most abundant presented another, albeit a lesser puzzle, because of their irregularity of outline. There were, as Lake's bulletin had said, often approximately square or semicircular, as if the natural orifices had been shaped to greater symmetry by some magic hand. Their numerousness and wide distribution were remarkable, and suggested that the whole region was honeycombed with tunnels dissolved out of limestone strata. Such glimpses as we secured did not extend far within the caverns, but we saw that they were apparently clear of stalactites and stalagmites. Outside those parts of the mountain slopes adjoining the apertures seemed invariably smooth and regular. Danforth thought that the slight cracks and pittings of the weathering tended towards unusual patterns. Filled as he was with the horrors of strangeness discovery at camp, he hinted that the pittings vaguely resembled those baffling groups of dots sprinkled all over the primeval greenish soapstones, so hideously duplicated on the madly conceived snow mounds above those 6 buried monstrosities. We had risen gradually and flying over the higher foothills, and along toward the relatively low pass we had selected. As we advanced, we occasionally looked down at the snow and ice of the land route, wondering whether we could have attempted the trip with a similar equipment of earlier days. Somewhat to our surprise, we saw that the terrain was far from difficult as such things go, that despite the crevasses and other bad spots, it would not have been likely to deter the sledges of a Scott, a Shackleton, or an Amundsen. Some of the glaciers appeared to leap up to wind-battered passes with unusual continuity, and upon reaching our chosen pass, we found that its case formed no exception. Our sensations of tense expectancy as we prepared to round the crest and peer out over an untrodden world can hardly be described on paper, even though we had no cause to think the regions beyond the range essentially different from those already seen and traversed. The touch of evil mystery in these barrier mountains and in the beckoning sea of opalescent sky, glimpsed betwixt their summits, was a highly subtle and attenuated matter not to be explained in literal words.
Hey, listen!
Welcome back, Boyd. Rather, was it an affair of vague psychological symbolism and aesthetic association? A thing mixed up
Howdy,
with
folks.
exotic poetry and paintings, with archaic myths lurking in shunned and forbidden volumes. Even the wind's burden held a peculiar strain of conscious malignity, and for a second it seemed that the composite sound included a bizarre musical whistling or piping over a wide range as the blasts swept in and out of the omnipresent and resonant cave mouths. There was a cloudy note of reminiscent repulsion in this sound, as complex and unplaceable as any of the other dark impressions. We were now, after a slow ascent, at a height of 23,570 feet, according to the aneroid, and had left the region of clinging snow definitively below us. Up here were only dark, bare rock slopes and the start of rough-ribbed glaciers. But with those provocative cubes, ramparts, and echoing cave mounds to add a portent of the unnatural, the fantastic, and the dreamlike. Looking along the line of high peaks, I thought I could see the one mentioned by Poor Lake, with a rampart exactly on top. It seemed to be half lost in a queer Antarctic haze, such a haze, perhaps, that had been responsible for Lake's early notion of volcanism. The pass loomed directly before us, smooth and windswept, between its jagged and malignity frowning pylons. Beyond it was a sky fretted with swirling vapors and lighted by the low polar sun, the sky of that mysterious farther realm upon which we felt no human eye had ever gazed. A few more feet of altitude, we would behold that realm. Danforth and I, unable to speak except in shouts amidst the howling, piping wind that raced through the pass and added to the noise of the unmuffled engines, exchanged eloquent glances, and then, having gained those last few feet, we did indeed stare across the monumentous divide and over the unsampled secrets of an elder and utterly alien Earth. in chapter 4. Let me look up. Let me see what y'all wrote. Ba ba ba. Zombie apocalypse. Yeah, Alaska's not bad. It's about to go. They didn't bring zombie dogs. There's no zombie dogs. The dogs are dead. Like, all 35 of them. Or 36, I think. I think one is missing. One is missing along with Gedney. One of the men. Chi, get the hell out of here. That's too funny. You like the delicate symbiotic relationship of mites on our skin and our skin. Nifty stuff. Don't go to sleep with mascara on. Makes sense. So y'all like the we're chatty. We're chatty. Well, hey, Julio, Lovecraft, the mites like to eat the mascara and will also eat your eyelashes as a result. Gross. There's a lot of stuff in this book that I don't understand myself. I can understand it from context clues and things. But, like, all of these, like, some of these fossil names, I'm like, what is that? I have no idea what it is. So you're not alone. You'll learn things, You're young, you'll grow, you'll figure things out. So you're okay. I gotta clean my glasses. Meow, an exciting chapter, right? Pretty good. Lovecraft put a lot of work into his books. He really did. He did a lot of research and tried to add as much real into them as possible. Chi, I can agree with you. But you have to think of the time period when he wrote this. This was the early 1900s. This is how people wrote. Like, if you read books, like you didn't. It wasn't a casual thing. There were very few casual books out there where you just read it for fun. Everything was about learning and everything. So like attention to detail was a must. So for him to add all of this details and whatnot was very important for the time period. I think that's why Lovecraft is so difficult for people to read now, because of the amount of detail. And not to mention the English has changed in the nearly 100 years since these were written. Some of these words are spelled differently. He uses umlauts to spell out airplane. Like airplane is spelled differently. He uses the letter E instead of O for show. There's a lot of stuff. Oh, we've had I've had like 10-year-olds come into my stream, and I'm just like, you're 10? Bye. I just ban them. Like, what are you doing here without an adult? There's a mature content warning for a reason. Like, every game I play has got a lot of profanity. Just about every game I play, anyway. So that alone, like, get out of here. But if you're 13 or older and you push that button, that's your problem, not mine. But I say, yes, Julio is allowed to say. You're allowed to stay. Like I said, 13 years older, or older. Like, you've made that conscious decision on Twitch. And as far as I'm concerned, at 13, I mean, I'm not going to show you anything that you can't, like, see. You can't handle emotionally. But underneath that, I'm like, no, I don't want 10-year-olds in here. Okay? Unless they got their adult present. Because I don't want to be playing Grand Theft Auto and having some 10-year-old watching the stream, and I would feel responsible for it. Oh, the ferry? I like doing smoke rings. I don't know if you could tell. So what do you guys think? We're on chapter 5 now. Like I said, 12 chapters. I am going to, we have to ban 13-year-olds immediately per Twitch policy. Report them maybe too, not sure. Yeah, Chi, I generally avoid age as well. I thought 13 was kosher. You think the book is interesting? I do too. So here's my plan. I'm gonna take all of these. I'm gonna take all these videos. I'm gonna put them on YouTube and make my little Lovecraftian corner. Yeah, you're not supposed to be on Twitch if you're under 13. Twitch doesn't like it. As Chi says, I don't care how old you guys are. Like you click the mature content button. You're as far as I'm concerned, that's you saying you're of an age where you can view mature content. And if you say otherwise, nope. You think those smoke rings would scare off the creepy Antarctica monsters? I don't think so. You didn't get no button? Weird. I need to fix that. Hang on. I gotta see this. Yeah, it's set to enable for mature content. Came in here in a raid? It's possible. Alright. So, I've had a brief rest from constant reading. It pleases me to see you guys talking in the stream while I'm still chatting, talking to each other, and talking to new people if they come in. I greatly appreciate that as well.
That's okay. You probably clicked it without thinking. Like, it's just a pop-up, and it's like, oh, whatever. I accept. I consent. Good luck on the boss. Good luck on the heists. Good luck on all of them. Alright? Oh, hope you do well. Chapter 5. I think that both of us simultaneously cried out in mixed awe, wonder, terror, and disbelief in our own senses as we finally cleared the pass and saw what lay beyond. Of course, we must have had some natural theory in the back of our heads to steady our faculties for the moment. Probably we thought of such things as grotesquely weathered stones of the Garden of the Gods in Colorado, or the fantastically symmetrical wind-carved rocks of the Arizona desert. Perhaps we even half thought of the sight a mirage like that we had seen in the morning before on our first approach of the Mountains of Madness. We must have had some such normal notions to fall back upon as our eyes swept that limitless, tempest-scarred plateau and grasped the almost endless labyrinth of colossal, regular, and geometrically eurythmic stone masses. Eurythmic stone masses which reared their crumbled and pitted crests above a glacial sheet not more than 40 or 50 deep at its thickest, and in places obviously thinner. The effect of the monstrous sight was indescribable. For some fiendish violation of known natural law seemed certain at the outset. Here, on a hellishly ancient tableland fully 20,000 feet high, and in a climate deadly to habitation since a pre-human age not less than 500,000 years ago, there stretched nearly to the vision's limit a tangle of orderly stone, which only the desperation of mental self-defense could possibly attribute to any but a conscious and artificial cause. We had previously dismissed, so far as serious thought was concerned, any theory that the cubes and ramparts of the mountains were other than natural in origin. How could they be otherwise, when man himself could scarcely have been differentiated from the great apes at the time when this region succumbed to the present unbroken reign of glacial death? Yet now the sway of reason seemed irrefutably shaken, where the cyclopean maze of squared, curved, and angled blocks had features which cut off all comfortable refuge. It was very clearly the blasphemous city of the mirage in stark, objective, ineluctable reality. That damnable portent he had a material bias after all. Apologies, material basis after all. There had been some horizontal stratum of ice dust in the upper air, and this shocking stone survival had projected its image across the mountains according to the simple laws of reflection. Of course, the phantom had been twisted and exaggerated, and it contained things which the real source did not contain. Yet now, as we saw the real source, we thought it even more hideous and menacing than its distant image. Only the incredible, unhuman massiveness of these stone towers and ramparts had saved the frightful thing from utter annihilation in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, of years it had brooded there amidst the blasts of a bleak upland.
Corona Mundi, roof of the world. All sorts of fantastic phrases sprang to our lips as we looked dizzily down at the unbelievable spectacle. I thought again of the eldritch primal myths that had so persistently haunted me since my first sight of this dead Antarctic world, of the demonic plateau of Leng, of the Migo or abominable snowmen of the Himalayas, of the Narcotic manuscripts with their pre-human implications, of the Cthulhu cult, of the Necronomicon, of the Hyperborean legends, of formless Sathogwa, and the worse than formless star spawn associated with that semi-entity. For boundless miles in every direction, the thing stretched off with very little thinning. Indeed, as our eyes followed it to the right and left along the base of the low, gradual foothills which separated it from the actual mountain rim, we decided that we could see no thinning at all, except for an interruption at the left of the pass through which we had come. We had merely struck, at random, a limited part of something of incalculable extent. The foothills were more sparsely sprinkled with grotesque stone structures, linking the terrible city to the already familiar cubes and ramparts which evidently formed its mountain outposts. These later, as well as the queer cave mouths, were as thick on the inner as the outer side of the mountains. The nameless stone labyrinth consisted, for the most part, of walls from 10 to 150 feet in ice-clear height, and of a thickness varying from 5 to 10 feet. It was comprised mostly of prodigious blocks of dark primordial slate, schist, and sandstone. Blocks in many cases as large as 4 by 6 by 8 feet, though in several places it seemed to be carved out of solid, uneven bedrock of Precambrian slate. The buildings were far from equal in size, there being innumerable honeycomb arrangements of enormous extent, as well as smaller, separate structures. The general shape of these things tended to be conical, pyramidal, or terraced, though there were many perfect cylinders, perfect cubes, clusters of cubes, and other rectangular forms. And a peculiar sprinkling of angled edifices, whose 5-pointed ground plan roughly suggested modern fortifications. The builders had made constant and expert use of the principle of the arch, and domes had probably existed in the city's heyday. The whole tangle was monstrously weathered, and the glacial surface from which the towers projected was strewn with fallen blocks and immemorial debris. Where the glaciation was transparent, we could see the lower parts of the gigantic piles, and noticed the ice-preserved stone bridges, which connected the different towers at varying distances above the ground. On the exposed walls, we could detect the scarred places where other and higher bridges of the same sort had existed. Closer inspection revealed countless largish windows, some of which were closed with shutters of a petrified material, originally wood, though most gaped open in a sinister and menacing fashion. Many of the ruins, of course, were roofless, and with uneven, though wind-rounded upper edges, whilst others of a more sharply conical or pyramidal model, or else protected by higher surrounding structures, preserved intact outlines, despite the omnipresent crumbling and pitting. With the field glass, we could barely make out what seemed to be sculptural decorations in horizontal bands, decorations including those curious groups of dots whose presence on the ancient soapstones now assumed a vastly larger significance. In many places, the buildings were totally ruined, and the ice sheet deeply riven from various geological causes. In other places, the stonework was worn down to the very level of the glaciation. One broad swath extending from the plateau's interior to a cleft in the foothills about a mile to the left of the pass we had traversed was wholly free from buildings, and probably represented, we concluded, the course of some great river, which in tertiary times, millions of years ago, had poured through the city and into some prodigious subterranean abyss of the Great Barrier Range. Certainly this was above all a region of caves, gulfs, underground secrets beyond human penetration. Looking back to our sensations and recalling our dazedness at viewing this monstrous survival from aeons we thought pre-human, we can only wonder that we preserved the semblance of equilibrium which we did. Of course, we knew that something, chronologically, scientific theory, or our own consciousness, was woefully Sorry, I'm an idiot. Was woefully awry. Yet we kept enough poise to guide the plane, observe many things quite minutely, and take a careful series of photographs, which may yet both serve us and the world in good stead. In my case, ingrained scientific habit may have helped, for above all bewilderment and sense of menace, there burned a dominant curiosity to fathom more of this age-old secret. To know what sort of beings had built and lived in this incalculably gigantic place, and what relation to the general world of its time or of other times so unique a concentration of life could ever have had. For this place could be no ordinary city. It must have formed the primary nucleus and center of some archaic and unbelievable chapter of Earth's history, whose outward ramifications, recalled only dimly in the most obscure and distorted myths, had vanished utterly amidst the chaos of terrene convulsions long before any human race we know had shambled out of apedom. Here sprawled a Paleogean megalopolis, compared with which the fabled Atlantis, Lemuria, Camorium, and Uzaldarum, and Elutha, in the land of Lomar, are recent things of today, not even of yesterday. A megalopolis ranking with such whispered pre-human blasphemies as Velusia, Relea, Ib in the land of Minar, and the nameless city of Arabia Deserta. As we flew above the tangle of stark Titan towers, my imagination sometimes escapes all bounds and roved aimlessly in realms of fantastic associations, even weaving links betwixt this lost world and some of my own wildest dreams concerning the mad horror at the camp. The plane's fuel tank, in interest of greater lightness, had been only partly filled. Hence we now had to exert caution in our explorations. Even so, however, we covered an enormous extent of ground, or rather air. After swooping down to a level where the wind had become virtually negligible, there seemed to be no limit to the mountain range, or to the length of the frightful stone city which bordered its inner foothills. 50 miles of flight in each direction showed no major change in the labyrinth of rock and masonry that clawed up corpse-like through the eternal ice. There were, though, some highly absorbing diversifications, such as the carvings on the canyon where the broad river had once pierced the foothills and approached its sinking place in the Great Range. The headlands at the great stream's entrance had been boldly carved into cyclopean pylons, and something about the ridgy, barrel-shaped designs stirred up oddly vague, hateful, and confusing semi-remembrances in both Danforth and me. We also came upon several star-shaped open spaces, evidently public squares, and noticed various undulations in the terrain, where a sharp hill rose. It was generally hollowed out into some sort of rambling stone edifice, but there were at least 2 exceptions. Of these latter, one was too badly weathered to disclose what had been on the jutting eminence, while the other still bore a fantastic conical monument carved out of the solid rock and roughly resembled such things as the well-known Snake Tomb in the ancient valley of Petra. Flying inland from the mountains, we discovered that the city was not of infinite width, even though its length along the foothills seemed endless. After about 30 miles, the grotesque stone buildings began to thin out, and in 10 more miles, we came to an unbroken waste, virtually without signs of sentient artifice. The course of the river beyond the city seemed marked by a broad, depressed line, while the land assumed a somewhat greater ruggedness, seeming to slope slightly upward as it receded in the mist-hazed west. So far, we had made no landing. Yet to leave the plateau without an attempt at entering one of the monstrous structures would have been inconceivable. Accordingly, we decided to find a smooth place on the foothills near our navigable pass. We're grounding the plane and preparing to do some exploration on foot. Though these gradual slopes were partly covered with a scattering of ruins, low flying soon disclosed an ample number of possible landing spaces. Selecting that nearest to the pass, since our next flight would be across the Great Range and back to camp, we conceded about 12:30 p.m. and coming down on a smooth, hard snowfield, wholly devoid of obstacles and well adapted to a swift and favorable takeoff later on. It did not seem necessary to protect the plane with a snow banking for so brief a time, and in so comfortable an absence of high winds at this level. Inslee merely saw that the landing skis were safely lodged, and that the vital parts of the mechanism were guarded against the cold. For our foot journey, we discarded the heaviest of our flying furs and took with us a small outfit consisting of pocket compass, hand camera, light provisions, voluminous notebooks, and paper, geologist's hammer and chisel, specimen bags, coil of climbing rope, powerful electric torches with batteries. This equipment having been carried in the plane on the chance that we might be able to effect a landing, take ground pictures, make drawings, topographical sketches, obtain rock specimens for some bare slope outcropping or mountain cave. Fortunately, we had a supply of extra paper to tear up, place in a spare specimen bag, and use on the ancient principle of hare and hounds for marking our course in exterior mazes we might be able to penetrate. This had been brought in case we found some cave system with air quiet enough to allow such a rapid and easy method in place of the usual rock chipping method of trailblazing. Walking cautiously downhill over the crusted snow toward the stupendous stone labyrinth that loomed against the opalescent west, we felt almost as keen a sense of imminent marvels as we had felt on the approaching unfathomed mountain pass 4 hours previously. True, we had become visually familiar with the incredible secret concealed by the barrier peaks, yet the prospect of actually entering primordial walls reared by conscious beings perhaps millions of years ago, before any known race of men could have existed, was none the less awesome and potentially terrible in its implications of cosmic abnormality. Though the thinness of the air at this prodigious altitude made exertion somewhat more difficult than usual, both Danforth and I found ourselves bearing up very well, and felt equal to almost any task which might fall to our lot. It took only a few steps to bring us to a shapeless ruin, worn level with the snow, while 10 or 15 rods further on there was a huge roofless rampart, still complete in its gigantic 5-pointed outline and rising to an irregular height of 10 or 11 feet. For this latter we headed, and when at last we were able to touch its weathered cyclopean blocks, we felt we had established an unprecedented and almost blasphemous link with forgotten aeons normally closed to our species. This rampart, shaped like a star and perhaps 300 feet from point to point, was built of Jurassic stone blocks of irregular size, averaging 6 by 8 feet in surface. There was a row of arched loops or windows about 4 feet wide and 5 feet high, spaced quite symmetrically along the points of the star and at its inner angles, and with bottoms about 4 feet from glaciated surface. Looking through these, we could see that the masonry was fully 5 feet thick, that there were no partitions remaining within, and that there were traces of banded carvings or bas-reliefs on the interior walls, facts we had indeed guessed before when flying low over this rampart and others like it. The lower parts must have originally existed. All traces of such things were now wholly obscured by the deep layer of ice and snow at this point. We called through one of the windows and vainly tried to decipher the nearly effaced mural designs, but did not attempt to disturb the glacial floor. Our orientation flights had indicated that many buildings in the city proper were less ice-choked, and that we might perhaps find wholly clear interiors leading down to the true ground level if we entered those structures still roofed at the top. Before we left the rampart, we photographed it carefully, studied its mortarless cyclopean masonry with complete bewilderment. We wish that Peabody were present, for his engineering knowledge might have helped us guess how such titanic blocks could have been handled in that unbelievably remote age when the city and its outskirts were built up. The half-mile walk downhill to the actual city, with the upper wind shrieking vainly and savagely through the skyward peaks in the background, was something whose smallest details will always remain engraved in my mind. Only in fantastic nightmares could any human beings but Danforth and me conceive such optical effects. Between us and the churning vapors of the west lay the monstrous tangle of dark stone towers, its hauteur and incredible forms impressing us afresh every new angle of vision. It was a mirage in solid stone. And were it not for the photographs, I would still doubt that such a thing could be. The general type of masonry was identical to that of the rampart we had examined, but the extravagant shapes which this masonry took in its urban manifestations were past all description. Even the pictures illustrate one or two phases of its infinite bizarrerie, endless variety, preternatural massiveness, and utterly alien exoticism. They were geometrical forms for which an Euclid could scarcely find a name. Cones of all degrees of irregularity and truncation, terraces of every sort of provocative disproportion, shafts with odd bulbous enlargements, broken columns in curious groups, and 5-pointed or 5 rigid arrangements of mad grotesqueness. As we drew nearer, we could see beneath certain transparent parts of the ice sheet and detect some of the tubular stone bridges that connected the crazily sprinkled structures at various heights. Of orderly streets, there seemed to be none. The only broad, open swath being a mile to the left, where the ancient river had doubtlessly flowed through the town into the mountains. Our field glasses showed the external horizontal bands of nearly effaced sculptures and dot groups to be very prevalent. We could half imagine what the city must once have looked like, even though most of the roofs and tower tops had nearly perished. As a whole, it had been a complex tangle of twisted lanes and alleys, all of them deep canyons, and some little better than tunnels because of the overwhelming masonry or overarching bridges. Now outspread below us, it loomed like a dream fantasy against a westward mist through whose northern end the low, reddish Antarctic sun of early afternoon was struggling to shine. And when for a moment that sun encountered a denser obstruction and plunged the scene into temporary shadow, the effect was subtly menacing in a way that I can never hope to depict. Even the faint howling and piping of the unfelt wind in the great mountain passes beneath us took on a wilder note of purposeful malignity. The last stage of our descent to the town was unusually steep and abrupt, and a rock outcropping at the edge where the grade changed led us to think that an artificial terrace had once existed here. Under the glaciation, we believed that there must be a flight of steps or its equivalent. When at last we plunged into the labyrinthine town itself, clambering over fallen masonry and shrinking from the oppressive nearness and dwarfing height of omnipresent crumbling and pitted walls, our sensations again became such that I marvel at the amount of self-control we retained. Danforth was frankly jumpy and began making some offensively irrelevant speculations about the horror at the camp, which I resented all the more, because I could not help sharing certain conclusions forced upon us by many features of the morbid survival from nightmare antiquity. The speculations worked on his imagination. For in one place where a debris-littered alley turned a sharp corner, he insisted he saw faint traces of ground markings which he did not like, which elsewhere he stopped to listen to a subtle imaginary sound from some undefined point. A muffled musical piping, he said, not unlike that of the wind in the mountain caves, yet somewhat disturbingly different. The ceaseless five-pointedness of the surrounding architecture and of the few distinguishable mural arabesques had a dimly sinister suggestiveness we could not escape, and gave us a touch of terrible subconscious certainty concerning the primal entities which had reared and dwelt in this unhallowed place. Nevertheless, our scientific adventurous souls were not wholly dead. We mechanically carried out our program of chipping specimens from all the different rock types represented in the masonry. We wished rather a full set in order to draw better conclusions in regarding the age of the place. Nothing in the great outer walls seemed to date from later than the Jurassic or Comanchean periods, nor was any piece of stone in the entire place of a greater recency than the Pliocene age. In stark certainty, we were wandering amidst a death which had reigned at least 500,000 years, in all probability, even longer. As we proceed through this maze of stone-shadowed twilight, we stop at all available apertures to study interiors and investigate entrance possibilities. Some were above our reach, whilst others led only to ice-choked ruins as unroofed and barren as the rampart on the hill. One, though spacious and inviting, opened on a seemingly bottomless abyss without visible means of descent. Almost done. And then we had the chance to study the petrified wood of the surviving shutter, and were impressed by a fabulous antiquity implied in the still discernible grain. These things had come from the Mesozoic gymnosperms and conifers. Especially Cretaceous cycads. I know what a conifer is. It's a tree. It's a type of tree. And from the fan palms and early angiosperms of plainly tertiary date, nothing definitively later than the Pliocene could be discovered in the placing of these shutters, whose edges showed the former presence of queer and long-vanished hinges. Usage seemed to be varied, some being on the outer, some being on the inner side of deep embrasures. They seemed to have become wedged in place, thus surviving the rusting of their former and probably metallic fixtures and fastenings. After a time, we came across a row of windows, in the bulges of colossal five-ridged cone of undamaged apex, which led into a vast, well-preserved room with stone flooring, but these were too high in the room to permit a descent without rope. We had a rope with us, but we did not wish to bother with this 20-foot drop unless obliged to, especially in this thin plateau air where great demands were made upon the hard action. This enormous room was probably a hall or concourse of some sort, and our electric torches showed bold, distinct, and potentially startling sculptures arranged around the walls in broad horizontal bands, separated by equally broad strips of conventional arabesques. We took careful note of the spot, planning to enter here unless a more easily gained interior were encountered. Finally, though, we did encounter exactly the opening we wished. An archway about 6 feet wide and 10 feet high, marking the former end of the aerial bridge, which had spanned an alley about 5 feet above the present level of glaciation. These archways, of course, were flush, with an upper story floors, and in this case one of the floors still existed. The building thus was accessible was a series of rectangular terraces on our left facing westward. That across the alley, where the other archway yawned, was a decrepit cylinder with no windows and with a curious bulge about 10 feet above the aperture. It was totally dark inside, and the archway seemed to open on a well of illimitable emptiness. Heaped debris made the entrance on the vast left-hand building doubly easy. Yet for a moment we hesitated before taking advantage of the long-wished chance. For though we had penetrated into this tangle of archaic mystery, it required fresh resolution to carry us inside, a complete and surviving building of a fabulous elder world whose nature was becoming more and more hideously plain to us. In the end, we made the plunge and scrambled up over the rubble into the gaping embrasure. The floor beyond was of a great slate slabs and seemed to form the outlet of a long, high corridor with sculpted walls. Observing the many inner archways which led off from it, and realizing the probable complexity of the nest of apartments within, we decided that we must begin our system of hare and hound trailblazing. Hitherto, our compasses, together with frequent glimpses of the vast high mountain range between the towers in our rear, had been enough to prevent our losing our way, but from now on, the artificial substitute would be necessary. Accordingly, we reduced our extra paper to shreds of suitable size, Place these in a bag to be carried by Danforth and prepared to use them as economically as safety would allow. This method would probably gain us immunity from straying, since there do not appear to be any strong air currents within the primordial masonry. If such should develop, or if our paper supply should give out, we could of course fall back on the more secure, though more tedious and retarding method of rock chipping. Just how extensive a territory we had opened up, it was impossible to guess without a trial. The close and frequent connection of the different buildings had made it likely that we might cross from one to another on bridges, underneath the ice except where impeded by local collapses and geological rifts. For very little glaciation seemed to have entered the massive constructions. Almost all the areas of transparent ice had revealed the submerged windows as tightly shuttered, as if the town had been left in that uniform state until the glacial sheet came to crystallize the lower part for all succeeding time. Indeed, one gained a curious impression that this place had been deliberately closed and deserted in some dim, bygone aeon, rather than overwhelmed by a sudden calamity or even gradual decay. Had the coming of the ice been foreseen? Had a nameless population left en masse to seek a less doomed abode? These precise physiographic conditions attending the formation of the ice sheet at this point would have to wait for a later solution. It had not, very plainly, been a grinding drive. Perhaps the pressure of accumulated snows had been responsible. Perhaps some flood from the river, or from some bursting of some ancient glacial dam in the range, had helped to create the special state now obsolete. Imagination could conceive almost anything in connection to this place. And there we have the end of chapter 5. Let me scroll up and catch up for you guys. Did your headphones reach the kitchen? I'm just curious if your headphones reached the kitchen, Chi. Julio's cold. Use a flamethrower on a big ice cube. Would it burn? Would it melt fast? I mean, not especially. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chi. That's unfortunate. Yep, everybody's sleepy. It's possible, Chi, that Lovecraft got some flack for saying the Earth was millions of years old. I mean, it was the early 1900s. You know, scientific thought and things like that were coming in strong. Yes, that's the end of the chapter. That was the end of chapter 5. Chapter 5. You need to get back to your sleeping pattern. Clean your glasses. Julio's very memey. Was there a sound effect? I remember that. Prevalent? Prevalent means like frequent, I think, or like prominent. Oh, I hate that. Let me get you a good definition. Widespread in a particular area at a particular time. Prevalent. Quantum defibrillators. Yeah, right, Chi. Okay, let's see. Immortal to sandstorms. Alright. They were talking about the various structures that were just so prevalent in the new city.
in this ancient city that they found within Antarctica. It's pretty good. I won't read any more today. I'll read more later, you know, in another stream. And like I said, I'm gonna put this on YouTube, and we can keep it. Sleepy, sleepy sounds like a chant. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. Anyhow, I'll put it up on YouTube. I want to do that for all of my reading streams. Just then I've got it forever. I might actually highlight this. Ooh ah ee sleepy sleepy. Ooh ah ee sleepy sleepy. Yeah, it kind of does. So what do you guys think so far? You like it? You love it? You hate it? You're weirded out by it? Do you think it's appropriate for the month of October? Good last heist. Good job, guys. Chi didn't survive, though. Besides Chi, there's the monster. Wait, the monster's right there. You see it? That's it. That's it right there. Chi didn't heist. Okay, good. Julio, it's not that you need a dumbed down version. It is good to read above your reading level, what you're comfortable with, because it will help open the mind. Books are to the brain as weights are to the body, to the muscles. Reading is good. It will help strengthen your mind. So, hopefully, this will interest you in these things. I will do this more often. Reading along would be helpful. Go to your library. Check out Lovecraft, the works of Lovecraft, and I'll let you know. Like, if you want to do that, if you want to read along, I will start advertising the reading streams in advance, and you can go and check out a Lovecraft book, a collection, and then you can read along with me. It's not translated, so you should have the exact same copy that I have. Usually lose those gambles. I don't know how. You're a sub. You get the sub chances. It's like a 60% chance. And yet, some people like Monkor get like, what, 1 in 6? It's weird. Now, they're pretty interesting. They're pretty good. You could read it on your own, you know, and stop it. Go lay down. You could read it on your own, and then all these big crazy words, like there were words in there that I was like, I need to look up. What does that mean? All right, go to sleep, Julio. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you enjoyed this a lot. Sleep well. I hope you can go back to school. Good luck. I hope I see you again before you go back to school. If not, drop a line. If you can't come into the stream, it's okay. Send a message in through Discord in the general shenanigans. But sleep well either way, friend. Chi, a lot of people read the Spark Notes, but I had a couple teachers who would deliberately, they read the Sparks Notes and Cliff Notes and all that stuff, and they would find topics and questions that were not covered by the Cliff Notes versions. It was evil. So if you read the Cliff Notes, if you memorize Cliff Notes, you probably get about an 80%. if you couldn't guess correctly on the rest of them. You might get an 80%. But it was good. It was a good idea. Now, I don't want to read any more from that, and frankly, my throat's a bit tired, and it's at 4:20. I've been streaming for 4 hours 20 minutes. Like, that's a perfect time to end, right? I'm just kidding. I don't know what that means. Everybody says 4:20. I don't get it. So anyhow, I think that's a good spot to end on the reading. I will all the herbs. I'll upload this. Good night, Nat. I'll upload this on YouTube and I'll post it in the Discord. I'm gonna start making a Lovecraftian like reading YouTube collection. I don't know if that'll interest people. I hope it does. I like it. Anyhow, that's all I got. If everybody's gone to bed, Chi, I mean, if you got anything for me, any questions you want to ask about Lovecraft, any other stories you want me to point out for further reading and interest, ask me anything. Anybody can. I think I like the crackling of the fire. That was pretty nice. With the crackling of the fire in the background and, you know, the thunder and the rain, it's very soothing, relaxing. Good way to read the stream. I think I'm going to do that more. I think I'm going to pick that opposed to the music. Then I know Twitch ain't going to mute my VODs. Lord willing, they didn't mute my VODs today. I don't think so. Because Stephen King doesn't hold a candle to the horrors and imagination of H.P. Lovecraft. I mean, Stephen King, ooh, a vampire, ooh, what else? Ooh, a scary clown, you know. The closest thing that it had was, you know, that the clown was some kind of demon, you know, ancient type thing. It does, but I don't do both. I don't record both and stream. I think it might be too much on the. I've never tried it actually. The Langoliers, that was a good one. That did give me nightmares when I was a child too. Because I was very young. I was less than 12 when I saw it. The Stand? The Stand was okay. But you gotta think, like, a lot of Stephen King books. Well, The Green Mile. Not that scary. I mean, it wasn't scary at all. I don't think it was meant to be. Shawshank Redemption. Not meant to be scary. Was The Shining Stephen King's? I can't remember. Dreamcatcher, not that scary. Not compared to Lovecraft.
The Dark Tower series is Stephen King, but it's also not meant to be a horror genre either. The Dark Tower is definitely one of my favorite book series. The Shining is it? Okay, good. I'd love to read The Dark Tower on stream. I don't think I can, though. I think you have to... I know I can read Lovecraft because Lovecraft's so old, the copyright's gone. So it's public domain. Or whatever the term is. But I don't think I can read anything that Stephen King wrote. It's too new. And... I don't know, though. Like, reading books on stream. Let me Google it. After searching through this subreddit, it seems like about a year ago, the opinion on reading books on stream was that it was against TOS because it's either not gaming related or copyright violation, or you're not proper creative content. Since most of these posts are very old, with IRL should definitely be legit to stream books under IRL. The only problem might be copyright. Free books or books with licenses expired. Public domain material is okay. Everything else is not okay unless you own the right or have permission to use the material. Bum 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 bum. But what if I don't read it out loud? That's what somebody comments. That's too funny. No, that works because you can sing. Yeah, I don't know. Creative, frequently asked questions. This article does not have a translation for English. That's something I could do, is find the Twitch frequently asked... What if you read a book and just show your reaction? Yeah, like, oh man, dude, you guys would love this part. You would love this part. It's so crazy. This is intense. This is intense. Oh, wow. That's amazing. Let's go to Twitch, frequently asked questions. Apparently I can't go to Twitch frequently asked questions. Every time I go, it's always that it's not available in English. Right? It does sound suspicious. It's bizarre. Well, what if I don't care if it's in English or not? Is there a German one? There's no German one. Just going through the language settings and seeing if there's anything... What language would it be in? Like, if not English. Like, that's the whatever. That's exceedingly frustrating. I'm gonna email somebody from Twitch. I'm gonna email Twitch support staff and just be like, hey, look, I want to read books on stream. And I mean, I'm just an affiliate. Like, who cares? I mean, I'm not stealing anything. English speakers don't read on streams. What do you think I did today? Anyhow, that's all I got. Let's find some beautiful soul to raid. Bum 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 ba dum bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba. Okay, I tried. Thank you very much, Chi. Your kind words. I tried to raid Raldi TV last night, and like as I was raiding him, he went offline. So I'm gonna try it again. Okay? I feel bad. Just spam my emote, Chi. Like that's all. I just like seeing it in other chats. It makes me happy. But anyhow, I love all of you guys for watching on stream. And yeah, no, I pulled him up. I pulled him up. He's on. I'm looking right at him. He's doing this. He's like, oh, I'm dying. Oh, you know, he's not doing well. But anyhow, I sure appreciate all the support you give me. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Cause I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Who knows? I might read more Lovecraft. Probably not, though. I don't want to do it 2 days in a row. That'd tear up my voice. But yeah. Here goes the raid. 4, 3... Well, actually... Wait. Oh, yeah, CK2 tomorrow. I'll play CK2 with Hadrian if he wants to. That's right. I won't forget that. I'll just pop into the chat whenever... whenever Hadrian is ready. He'll just look for me in the voice chat, and we'll do that. And you? I'm so excited to play with Chi too! Yay! Okay. Alright. As always, take care of yourselves and each other.